ecosystem and can be controlled devices that are associated with the same ecosystem, such as smartphones and smart speakers. IoT is also used in healthcare systems. Internet of Things has many concerns about the risks in the growth of IoT, such as in the areas of privacy and security. The governments and the industries have begun to solve these concerns, like increasing the local and the international standards, guidelines, and regulatory frameworks. Next, who's the father of IoT? The Internet of Things was first coined as a term in 1999 by Kevin Ashton of Procter and Gamble, who worked as a brand manager for Oil of Olay. Then he found some disconnect between the inventory system in the computer and the actual inventory system on the shelf. So the workers and the managers want to scan the barcodes to sell the products. At that time, Kevin Ashton viewed the RFID system, the radio frequency identification technology on cosmetics. With this RFID system, he filled the gap between the inventory systems by making them to communicate between each other. And also, he coined this term as Internet of Things. He describes it as Internet for Things, which would be a better description. Next, the history and timeline of Internet of Things. The Internet of Things and the network connected devices was discussed as early as 1982 with the modified Coca-Cola vending machine at Carnegie Mellon University, which was the first AirPen connected network device which could able to report whether the newly loaded drinks were cold or not. In 1991, Mark Weiss's paper on ubiquitous computing, the computer of the 21st century, as well as academic venues such as Ubicomp and PerComp, envisioned the part of IoT. In 1994, Reza Raji described the part of IEEE spectrum, such as a small set of nodes to a large data, such as we can integrate and automate everything from small home appliances to large factories. Between 1993 and 1997, several companies proposed solutions like Microsoft's at Work or Novell's Nest. The field has gained momentum when Bill Joy envisioned device-to-device communication as a part of his Six Webs framework, which was presented in the World Economic Forum at Davos in 1999. The Internet of Things and the term itself was first discussed by speech by Peter T. Lewis in the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation 15th Annual Legislative Weekend, which was published in September 15, 1985. According to Lewis, the Internet of Things is the integration of people, processes, and ability to enable the state manipulation, status, and evaluation of trends of such devices. As I say earlier, that the Kevin Ashton was the father of IoT. At that point, when he viewed RFID system as essential to the Internet of Things, which could allow computers to manage all individual things. The main theme of Internet of Things is to embed short-range mobile transceivers to various gadgets and daily necessities to enable new forms of communication, such as the communication between device and people, and also the communication between things and themselves. Defining the Internet of Things as simply when the period of things and objects were connected to the Internet than people. Cisco system estimated that the IoT was born between 2008 and 2009 because the things by people ratio was rising from 0.84 in 2003 to 1.84 in 2009. In the 2004, Cornelius Pete Peterson, the CEO of NetSilicon, predicted that the next era of information technology will be dominated by IoT apps, and networked devices will ultimately gain in popularity to an extent that they will far exceed in the number of workstations and industries. Peterson also believed that the IoT will be a dominant appliances to the healthcare systems also. Next, the societal impacts of IoT. The Internet of Things is all about connecting devices and objects via sensors and actuators. Meaningful information from these systems can be collected, and also the actions are taken to enhance productivity and efficiency. IoT promises a way to reduce waste, cost, and inconveniences. Subsequently, it also works us to keep us in a better healthcare delivery. Now, let's take some look at the impacts of IoT on society. Smart homes and offices can save energy cost. Taking constant surveillance. Alerting the police body in case of a security breach. Healthcare systems and the medication can be easily and efficiently done by these IoT systems. Traffic signals and also the traffic rules can be collected, and also it makes the rules as strict by IoT devices. Impacts of IoT on jobs. Many companies don't have the in-house talent or technology to apply their new IoT strategies. As a result, people with high-tech skills and data analytics will find their employment over the next few years without any doubt. IoT has the potential to impact the overall job market to an extent that is not felt earlier. IoT's network connected devices will ultimately take on many of the work tasks of today. So, it also has a downside. Some of the people who are already doing these tiring jobs will lose their jobs. Not only seeing that IoT only takes the job of some person. About the pessimism, it is also gives some job to the person, such as when machines do work, humans are able to solve bigger problems or spend their employment year in a great way. Now, the impact of IoT on healthcare systems. The impact of IoT on society is also taking place physically by the devices which are associated with the healthcare systems. It monitors our body and makes doctors real-time visit about the illness and the wearables, which would integrate the healthcare system devices. Athletes have improved the way they practice, play, and complete. The IoT connected devices and sensors will track the performance, which could help the athletes to meet their goals and exceed their goals. The impact of IoT on security. The impact of IoT on society through increased security system has been terrific. The facial recognition systems and also the RFID systems in cars are in fact a blessing for us. In fact, the impact of IoT on society is bettering our lives every day. The advantages of IoT. It can assist in the smarter control of homes via mobile phones. It enhances privacy and provides security. By automating devices, it saves us a lot of time. Information is easily accessible even if you are far away from our actual location, and it is updated frequently in real time. Electric connected devices will connect directly to the controller computer, such as smartphones, and do their task without a human intervention. As a result, it would lead to minimize the usage of electricity. It minimizes human effort because the device will connect to one another and perform variety of tasks without the human intervention. Healthcare can be easily done by these IoT devices. It makes a better healthcare system, and also it provides a evidence-based care. And, and also the disadvantages of IoT. Hackers may gain access to the system. As we add so many devices to the internet, there is a risk that our information as it can be misused. And also, we rely heavily on the internet nowadays. So we can't able to perform efficiently without this. With the complexity of systems, there are many ways for them to fail. It is very difficult to plan, build, manage a broad technology of IoT framework. Unskilled workers are at a high risk of losing their jobs because the security cameras, smart washing machines, smart home cleaning systems are replacing guards, maids, and also the dhobis, etc. Next. 6 levels of IoT. Today, there are about 6 ways for us to connect to the IoT system. The first one is Wi-Fi. It is a wireless network protocols which is based on the 802.11, IEEE 802.11 family of standards. Now, in today's society, this is the most widely used network. In public points, it could be able to give the visitors with a high level of network connectivity. It uses radio waves to connect to the devices. In public places such as coffee shops and also in houses, air points, railway stations, etc. Next, the RFID system. RFID system will automatically connect and identify and track tags with the objects connected to the device. RFID system consists of a tiny radio transponder, a radio receiver, and also a radio reader, in which the electromagnetic interrogation was exceeded from these devices, and it can be read by the RFID reader device. With this, it can able to find their inventory goods. Cellular network. Cellular network or a mobile network is a telecommunication network where the link to and from end nodes are wireless, and the internet and network was based on the areas called cells. These cells has one fixed location for the network strategy. Many companies providing the SIMs for these cellular networks. The cells contains data which helps us to transmit voices and files, etc. These cellular networks gains the radio frequencies from the internet towers. Bluetooth. In today's society, Bluetooth is a very short-range mobile transceiver which helps us to share the files and data in a very short distance. Recently, they also minimized it to 2.5 milliwatts, which is a very short distance. It could be able to transport only about to 10 feet, that is to 33 feet. Now, next, mesh networks. Mesh networks are the local area networks which are able to connect non-hierarchically, directly, and dynamically. With these types of connections, it helps us to make more efficient network connectivity. Next, the long power wide area network. The long power wide area network is the more recently found. The long power wide area network is the most recently found network. It is only used mainly in the large areas to provide with a better network connectivity. Next, the final topic, the government and regulation of IoT. The resolution was recognized the need for formulating a national policy on IoT and the matter of privacy, security, and spectrum. The four senators, a bipartisan group of four senators proposed a bill on this IoT, which was the Digit Act, developing innovation and the growth of IoT, in which we can use a better networks, and it can also be in used in widespread areas. And also, Brazil was established a new form of Senate Bill number 327, which was came to an effect in 1st January 2020. This act contains that everybody want to use the networks for only the good deeds. If they work in a bad deeds, we can also complain to our cyber security systems. In today's society, in many areas, we can see there are many cyber security companies in which we can able to complain about the risk and also the hacking materials to them. And in early December 2021, the UK government introduced the product of security, that the cyber security system. Into 2021, it was developed to be a very strict one. In this, we can also complain about the unusual works of our mobile devices. And now, I want to give my conclusion. There are many good and bad things in the IoT field. It is in our hand how we use and how we use it. I say that we want to use it for only good deeds and make India to be a proud one in which the IoT is only used for good deeds. Thank you.
A very good evening to one and all gathered here today. I am Agustin Rogi Jovi of grade 10B studying in Frontline Millennium School, Tirupur. And it's my pleasure to lecture you on the topic India and diversity in India. So once again, a warm welcome to one and all gathered here. Namaste, Vanakkam. So how did the name of India origin? So the river Indus has a land of a spread area around it called Sindhu, which was started from 3300 BC and was used by the Persians and Greece. But as time passed on, by the 6th century, a lot of people from Greece started to call the place as Hind, and later it was used to refer the land beyond the river Indus, and it was called as Hindustan. And the people who lived there were called the people of Hindustan. And another name called Bharat also comes from the epic called Mahabharata, where the son Bharat of King Dushyanta and Queen Shakuntala had a land which he ruled and was named as Bharatvarsh. And the people thought that the land ruled by Bharat is the land spread across the Indus River. So they used the name Bharat to refer to the land spread across the Indus River. And another name, that is Inde, which was used by the Greeks and Persians after the 16th century. And it was later translated to Latin, and it gave the name India that we use in the modern era and which is used by the modern Indians. Next, India has a lot of states, a lot of architecture, territories for it, and also has an ocean named after it. So India has 28 states, 8 union territories, and an ocean named after it. So Maharashtra is the richest state, while Tamil Nadu is the second richest, and Gujarat is the third richest. Uttar Pradesh is the most populous, while Bihar is the poorest, and Rajasthan is the largest state in India. So we have 8 union territories that spread from New Delhi, the capital of India, to Pondicherry and the islands of Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep. And the ocean, that is the Indian Ocean, has a great vast history in India. So the Indian Ocean was used as a trade route by Thais, Vietnamese, Arabians, Romans, Greece. And it also was the birthplace of the great earthquake, which happened in December 2004, that started from Sumatra in Indonesia and spread across the coastlines of a lot of countries. And the Indian Ocean also hosts a variety of wildlife, that is the fossil fish known as caliolids and the leafy dragonfish near the coast of Australia. The caliolids were thought to be extinct, but were found in the Indian Ocean near parts of Indonesia and parts of India. And these were brown in parts of India and blue in parts of Indonesia. Next, India has a lot of allies, opponents, and trade partners. So the countries that are part of BRICS and the countries that are from GCC and the United States, the United Kingdom, and countries from the European Union are India's major trade partners. And India also has another trade partners that are some countries in parts of Northeastern Asia and Northwestern Asia. And it has two major opponents, that are its neighboring countries, China and Pakistan, which have a border over the line of dispute. The dispute between China is famous for its Indo-China War in 1964 that happened a tussle between the Indians and the Chinese troops, where Chinese gained victory, but still China remains the major dispute partner of India. And Pakistan, India had faced a lot of war between Pakistan, such as the Kargil War, where India gained victory. But still, China is a major trade partner of India, followed by Saudi, Germany, Japan, Israel, France, US, Russia. Next, we have the national emblems, national symbols of India. Here we have the national animal of India, tiger. So tiger, the Royal Bengal tiger, found in the Sundarban Delta in the West Bengal, in parts of Himachal Pradesh, the mountainous forests of Himalayas, and in forests of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and in Nilgiris. So the Project Tiger, a 50-year project, was initiated from 1973 to 2023 that ended in this year, April, was initiated to increase the tiger population from endangerment. So the tiger population drastically increased from 500s and 300s to 3,000 and 5,000. Now India is in a condition where it is able to transport and trade tigers to Cambodia to relocate the tiger population over there. The national anthem of India, Jana Gana Mana, was composed by Rabindranath Tagore in Bengali and was translated to Hindi and used by the Indian Constituent Assembly from December 27th. And the national song of India is Vande Mataram, which means I bless thee, O Mother, which was composed by Bankim Chatterjee in Sanskrit and which was also adopted by the Indian Constituent Assembly in the December 27th National Congress meeting. The national flag of India, designed by Pinai Bengali, and it was also given the colors saffron, white, and green, where saffron represents courage, white represents peace, and green represents fertility. So the Indian flag also has the 24-spike Ashoka Chakra in between, that is in remembrance of the soldiers who have passed in the wars of India. Next, we have the national currency of India, that is rupees. So rupees is derived from the Sanskrit word rupiah, which means silver. And rupees is also derived from the Devangri script Ra, used in Hindi as well as Sanskrit, and the Roman letter R. And the rupee symbol also has two equal signs on it, which represent equal sign as well as the national tricolor of India. Next, the banyan tree, the national tree of India. It represents unity, strength, teamwork among the people of India, and it also represents the courage of the Indians, and also is used by the medicines in Ayurveda. Next, we have lotus. It has a major part in Indian myths, art, and music. Lotus is also referred to as the birthplace of the universe, the womb of the universe, and the firstborn of the universe. Lotus is also used in Ayurveda to treat various types of diseases. Next, we have the national emblem of India. That's none other than the Ashoka emblem that was found in Uttar Pradesh and was formed during the rule of Ashoka the Great. So it has 4 lions facing the 4 directions, north, east, west, south. So the lions represent pride, power, courage, and confidence to the Indians. And a quote is written that is called Satyame Jayate, which means truth only triumphs. Next, the national bird of India is none other than the elegant and beautiful peacock. It's famous for its gracious and beauty, and it also has a major part in Indian myth, art, and music. Peacock is not endangered, but many projects to save the national bird of India, peacock, are still going on in India. Next, we have the economic sectors: primary sector, tertiary sector, and secondary sector. Primary sector is also known as agriculture-based sector, where a lot of activities that are related to agriculture happen, along with forestry, fishing, mining, and also dairy farming happens. And secondary farming, also known as industrial sector, where a lot of industrialization happens, because it is a sector or section where a lot of industries work, and they have a lot of work to transfer and process the goods from primary sector to products to sell to the tertiary sector, where they can provide the goods to the consumers. Next, tertiary sector, also known as service sector. It provides a lot of services than production. So its services include communication, banking, village administration, healthcare, and education. Now, tertiary sector accounts for a large amount of GDP in India, and it's also the fastest developing sector in India. India is a large democratic country, so located in Southeast Asia. Its area is approximately 3.28 million square kilometers. So it's the largest diverse country in the world, as well as the largest democracy in the world. So a lot of Indians think that India is not democratic, but in fact, it's a major democratic country and a major example for democracy and diversity in India. So India is the home to an ancient civilization, that is the Indus Valley civilization. So which I also mentioned, where the Indus River that flows from Pakistan to present-day India, the Indus Valley civilization formed in the banks of that river, the river Indus. So it is famous for its archaeological sites such as Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, where large public baths, construction of drainage that were built with well-baked bricks, and also well-built houses, where people also had well-built roads and streets. Next, we have the largest populous country in the world, that's India. It has a population of 1.4 billion people up to the census of 2020-23, where India surpassed China to become the most populous country in the month of April. Next, economy. Indian economy is the 5th largest in the world, following US, China, Russia, United Kingdom, and Germany. So Indian economy is the fastest developing economy in the world. So Indian economy shifted from market economy in 2000 to market economy, where its purchases and GDP increased, as well as the use of tertiary sector also increased. Next, we have the Indian empires. So India, having a large history, being a large country, should have a large number of empires that has role over it. So we have the Chola Empire, that's the Dravidian Empire in the south of India, which had overseas territories in Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, and even parts of Myanmar, also known as formerly Burma. So the Chola Empire had its greatest ruler, Rajendra Chola and Rajaraja Chola, and they had the largest navy in the entire world and largest navy that has ever existed in the world's history. And the Chola Empire's capital was Tanjore, and a lot of temples were built during the Chola Empire. Dams were also built during the Chola Empire, and the empire was separated from the Pallava Empire by Vijayalala. Next, we have Gupta Empire. It was founded by Sri Gupta in Patna, and during his rule and in his empire, science, maths flourished greatly. A lot of science concepts flourished throughout the country. And during Gupta Empire, Sanskrit was given more importance, and Hinduism was also majorly spread across the country. Mughal Empire, also called as the Arab rule or the Persian rule, where the empire was mostly influenced by Arabs, foreigners. So the Mughal Empire's founder was Emperor Babur, and during this rule, the famous Taj Mahal monuments and many monuments in Delhi and the parts of Uttar Pradesh were built. The Maratha Empire occupied a large part of present-day Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra, Telangana, and Madhya Pradesh. It's famous for its famous freedom fighters such as Shivaji, and it also is famous for the constructions and rule over Mysore. Next, we have the Maurya Empire, that is none other than the great empire of Chandragupta Maurya, whose son Ashoka the Great was the greatest empire in the world history, because during the Maurya Empire, India's GDP hosted about 25% of the world's GDP, which was the largest GDP at that time, and India also had largest economy at that time. And during Maurya Empire, the Indians had the largest army that had ever existed, with a large amount of cavalries, elephants, horses, chariots, and soldiers. Next, the monuments in India. That's the Taj Mahal, which was built during the Mughal Empire by Shah Jahan in remembrance of his wife Mumtaz. Next, the India Gate, built to welcome George V, the Emperor of Great Britain, and it was also built to welcome Queen Elizabeth the Great. And next we have the Gateway of India, built in New Delhi. It is a replica of the Tram de Paris in France, and the Amar Jawan Jyoti always alights under it 24/7, day and night, in memory of the soldiers who have passed away in wars. Next we have the Meenakshi Temple, built in Tamil Nadu, remembrance of Lord Shiva and Lord Meenakshi, and for the Hindus, and it's also famous UNESCO site. Vivekananda Rock, it was the rock where it is said that Parvati performed tapas for Lord Shiva, and also the Vivekananda rock was formerly known as the Saint Xavier's Rock, because it was thought that Saint Xavier set his foot first on the rock, but soon it was changed to the memorial of Vivekananda. Next we have Mysore Palace, famous for the Tipu Sultan rule in Mysore and parts of Kerala. It signifies the history and art of Karnataka, and empires and emperors ruled over Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Kerala parts. India. It was rich, and it is rich, it is developing, and it was developed. So before the colonial rule, it was the largest developed country and most developed country in the world. And during the colonial rule, its GDP percent decreased from 25% to 4%. But after the colonial rule, after independence, after the change of economy, Indian economy is the drastic and the fastest rapid growing economy in the world. That has now it's back to its old same position, only to surpass China. Next, it is inventive. Indians are very famous for their inventive characters. They have invented a lot of objects, a lot of mathematical concepts and science concepts. It is strong. So Indian army at present and at the past was strong and is strong. Because now Indian army is the 4th largest army in the world, and Indian Navy is the 7th largest navy in the world, and the Indian Air Force is the 5th largest air force in the world. And India was the first diamond miner country in the world before the colonial rule, but during the colonial rule, diamond production reduced, which was then taken over by South Africa and Brazil. India, being the country of indigenous people, but under the colonial rule of the British for more than 200 years, but yet India has the largest English-speaking population in the entire world, more than USA and more than UK and any other English-speaking country in the world. It also hosts the oldest religion in the world, the Hindu religion, which was started from the Indus Valley civilization and continues up to now. Next, we have the largest number of vegetarians in this country. That is 49% of the people are vegetarians, are vegans, and they also include a lot of vegetables. Hence, India is also a major producer of vegetables and fruits. Billionaires, India is home to the richest billionaire in Asia, and as well as one of the richest billionaires in the entire world. That's Adani and Mukesh Ambani. Next, we have the largest festivals. The largest festival in India is Kumbh Mela, held in parts of Ujjain, Haridwar, Nasik, and even Ahmedabad. It is famous for its holy dip in river Ganga. And this festival is said to be even visible from space. Next, we have chess, also called as Chaturanga. It is an 8x8x board, where the development was made by the Persians and the foreigners who ruled over India, and it got its present form. The chess was invented to give the people of India a better knowledge and use of mind by the Gupta empires and Gupta emperors. Snake and ladder was also invented in India, called Moksha Patham, which also derived its present form when it was taken from India to England during the colonial rule, and where it achieved its present form. Ayurveda, it has 3 parts, that is Yoda, Vada, and Kaipa. So Ayurveda is famous for its medication using herbs, medicines, and it's also famous for its treatment of inner soul and outer body. Next, we have ancient surviving city, Varanasi. It has a major importance in Indian art, history and still surviving and hosts the religion of India. Yoga is famous for its control over mind, soul, and body. It gives us enough feel to come over stress and provides happiness hormone. Yeah, as I said, India is inventive. It has invented shampoo. So shampoo was formerly known as champoo and used by the Indians in Ayurveda to provide strong hair growth, more hair growth, and color change of hair. But it was later taken by foreigners and changed and produced as shampoo, and it became famous in Europe and spread across the globe. Zero, famous Indian mathematician Aryabhatta invented zero. Without zero, there's no max. Next, button. It was actually invented for diplomacy and decoration as a decor for clothes worn by Indian, but then it became a major part of the clothes that we wear. Algebra, similar to zero. Without algebra, you cannot form equations, no formulas, then no max. So, being and having a large number of history and historical facts, India is also home to many number of achievements. It's the tallest statue in the world, Statue of Unity, representing Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the Iron Man of India, who worked a lot for the separation of states on the basis of their language and culture, and still protected India from not separating, such as Pakistan and Bangladesh. Next, freedom fighter. The most famous freedom fighter, Mahatma Gandhi. He also was a freedom fighter for two countries, that's South Africa as well as in India. Next, post offices. India is home to the most number of active post offices in the world, and it's the home to the only floating post office in the entire world. India is also home to the second largest sundial in the world, which was built during the ancient times, that is the colonial, post-colonial period, and it is also the Jantar Mantar that's famous in Delhi. It is home to the highest drivable road in the world, the Umalinga Road in Leh, Ladakh. And it's also the home to the highest rail bridge in the world, the Chenab Rail Bridge, also was sponsored by the billionaires of India. Next, we have Temple of Rats, specifically for rats. So when people give milk and food to the rats just feed on the food and they just leave the people alone. It is present in Rajasthan, and it's famous for the rats. Next, we have the holy river, the holiest river in the entire world, River Ganga. It has a major place in Indian religions such as Hinduism, and also part of Indian culture and myths. Wettest place on earth, there is none other present in the Seven Sisters of India, that's in Meghalaya, Myasvarna. So it almost receives almost 250 centimeter rainfall to 170 centimeter rainfall every year. Next, it has the doorless village in Maharashtra, where people believe that building doors is not good for them. They believe that all people are honest. So it is the Sri Nagpur in Maharashtra. Highest cricket ground in the world, the Charlie Cricket Ground in Himachal Pradesh, the highest cricket ground. So you can feel cold there, but still, cricket matches also happen. Next, largest stadium in the world, none other than Narendra Modi Stadium in Gujarat, Ahmedabad. Largest family in the world, weird, right? But still, it exists in India in the Seven Sisters. That's Ziona. He has 32 wives and 97 children. And next, we have the most famous leader in the present modern era. That's none other than our famous Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. Then India is also the home to the longest mountain range. That's Himalayas mountain range. And it's also, in fact, the youngest mountain range in the world. Next, the Meteor Lake in Maharashtra. Its speciality that it changes color over seasons and time. Next, you have the Skeleton Lake in Himachal Pradesh. The name came to it when a lot of skeletons were found in the Skeleton Lake. Next, the gravity defying hill. It was also located in Ladakh, Leh. The gravity doesn't work in this hill, so the cars go automatically uphill without any acceleration required. India is also home to the largest film industry in the world, the Bollywood film industry, which has also earned a lot of income throughout the years. Largest roadways and largest railway network in the entire world from the colonial period up to now. Next, the strongest bridges in the entire world are the Living Root Bridge. So the speciality of this bridge is that as time passes on, instead of getting weaker or brittle, this bridge grows stronger because they are made up of tree roots, as the image shows. Next, we have the largest employer in the world. It's none other than our famous employer under the government of India, the Indian Railways. So some weird things that happen only in India and not in other countries, that is there are temples built for actors in India. Some actors such as Rajinikanth, Kushbu and Samantha, the viewers or the fans have built temples for them. Next, it also has the largest slum located in Bombay, where a large number of people live in a slummed area. An Indian passport is invalid after you receive another citizenship. So if you are carrying the Indian passport after receiving another ship, it is considered to be a crime against India. Next, Indian currency is also banned against outside the territory of India. But now new uh, uh, promotions are happening on the Indian currency where it's allowed in foreign countries such as France and Sri Lanka. And no permission is there for flying kites. So if you want to fly kites, you need to ask the government permission, the ministers, the collectors for permission, only then you can fly kites. So being such a large country, having such a large population, everyone needs one thing, that's none other than food requirement. So India is the largest producer of dairy products from milk, largest producer of milk, jute, and the spice kingdom of the world, none other than Kerala. So it's also the largest producer of spices, jute, Assam, and it also is a producer of fruits and vegetables. Being a large vegetarian country, it's also a producer of carpets and rugs. So after talking about a lot of the Indian history, a lot of parts of India, now we can enter into diversity of India. So Indian diversity is famous for its variety of religions, language, ethnic culture, art, music, and dance. So it has different ethnic culture from the southern tip of India to the northern part of Kashmir. So religions. So India was the birthplace of a lot of religions, such as Hinduism, started from the Indus Valley and present till now, being the oldest religion in the world, and the Buddhism, started by Lord Buddha in the parts of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, and now it has spread across the globe. Next, we have Jainism, that's an indigenous religion of India, also founded by Lord Mahavir in India. Next, we have Islam. Islam also played a major role in India during the Mughal Empire and during the trades by the Arabs and Persians. Next, we have Jewism. That Jews also became a part of Indian diversity during the Nazi rule in Germany. During the persecution of Jews, many Jews fled as refugees to parts of Kerala, the Konkan coast. Next, we have Christianity. St. Thomas stepped into India, and St. Xavier also stepped into India, also spreading Christianity across parts of India. Now India also has three major Christian parts, such as Latin, Syro-Malabar, and Syro-Malankara, which are indigenous to India. Next, we have languages. So India has 22 scheduled languages, and India has no official languages. So its major languages are Hindi and English. English supports for the states which don't speak in Hindi, and Hindi for majority of the states that use Hindi as its primary language. So India has a lot of languages, almost 1,393 languages, and it's also the country with the second most country with the second most number of languages, and only overtaken by Papua New Guinea, which has almost 4,000 languages. Next, we have dance forms. So dance forms from Seven Sisters to southern tip India, Tamil Nadu. From Bharatanatyam, Kuchipudi, Mohiniyattam, Kathak, Odissi, Manipuri, Indian culture, tradition spreads across a various number of folk dances indigenous to India, and these dance forms have been founded since the ancient times and are preserved by the indigenous people of India. Next, we have the racial diversity in India. That's Indo-Aryan race, or the Dravidian race, the Mongol race, the tribal race, the Jews, Persians. So the tribal race are the indigenous people of India who live in the forest areas in parts of the northern mountains and even the Deccan Plateau and in Nilgiris. The Mongoloids are the people who came to India from Mongolia and parts of China. Next, we have Indo-Aryans. They are the mix of Indians and Persians and Indians and Greece. And we have Dravidians. Those are people who occupy the southern parts of India, the states of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Karnataka. We have Parsis, Jews, and Anglo-Indians. They are a mixture of Indians and Israelites that are Jews. Anglo-Indians means mix of Portuguese or any European countries. Food habits. India is also diverse for its food habits. So its cuisines change from the southern states to the northern state, from sambar and dosa idli to chapati, roti. India also has a variety number of clothes from east to west, according to the climates, according to the culture, tradition followed by the Indians. From pants, shorts, t-shirts to shirts, and from dhotis, vesties to full hoodies and jackets. Next, we have festivals. So a lot of festivals for a lot of number of religion, culture, and traditions. So it has major festivals such as Christmas, Diwali, Pongal in Tamil Nadu, and it also has the National Festival of India, the Independence Day, Republic Day, which are celebrated by all people. And India also has a large number of holidays for the people. Next, we have the natural diversity. There's mammals, birds, and fish. So India also the home to one of the largest species of the world, the elephants. That is the largest mammal in the world, in the entire planet that is existing. And it also gives some migration places to some whales and dolphins, which are also mammals and the largest mammals in oceans and seas. We have birds. India is also home to the variety of toucans, hornbills, woodpeckers, and some indigenous species of bulbuls. And India is also home to a variety of fish, like the whale sharks, the great white sharks, as I said, the leafy green dragon in parts of Australia, and corallets that were thought to be extinct. Reptiles, amphibians, and insects should not be forgotten. So India is also the home to many large crocodile parks that are representing reptiles, and snake parks. So gharials, indigenous crocodile species, saltwater crocodile species, freshwater crocodile species are found in India. Amphibians, from frogs, toads, to even salamanders are found in India, and axolotls are also becoming one of the famous pets in people's house. Next, we have insects, from butterflies, mosquitoes, houseflies, dragonflies. A variety of diverse species of these insects are found throughout the country, and you cannot even see any place without any insects. Next, the natural diversity is the flora diversity, comes from the climbers, creepers, the shrubs, herbs, the trees. So the largest tree, the national tree, banyan tree. And even the smallest seed, that's the mustard seed, is also grown in India. It also grows a variety of crops to feed such large population. Many millets, many climbers are also grown in India. And a variety of mountain terrains are found in India. That's the landforms. From mountains, the Himalayan mountains. So India holds the Himalayan mountains, and it's used as a barrier between the opposing countries such as China and Pakistan. It also provides a defense border, and India holds the K2 mountain in the Himalayas, which is the most rugged mountain in the world, and only a less number of people have climbed the mountain. Next, we have hills. India is famous for its old Aravalli Hills, which are the oldest in the world, and also famous for the Nilgiri Hills, which hosts a lot of wildlife, and also a tourist place, famous for Ooty, the Queen of Hills. Next, we have plains, the northern plains in parts of where Ganga, Yamuna, many rivers flow, is famous for its cultivation and agriculture, where wheat, rice, barley, paddy are grown. And it's the major place where a large of food source for the other people of India is produced. Plateau, the Deccan Plateau, that occupies the southern part of India. It's also famous for its cotton growth, textile production, and the Manchester of South India is Coimbatore, as well as the Manchester of Northern India is Ahmedabad and Bombay. Next, we have islands, deserts, and oceans. So India has two major islands, Andaman Nicobar Islands and the Lakshadweep Islands. Lakshadweep to the Arabian Sea, Andaman in the Bay of Bengal. In the Andaman Nicobar Islands, there's a group of people which are isolated from the rest of the world, and their language is their native language along with Tamil. In Lakshadweep, they are related to most Malayalam culture, and they speak Malayalam. Desert, the Great Indian Tar Desert, should not be forgotten. It stretches from the parts of Rajasthan throughout Pakistan and Afghanistan. So Indian desert was home to the Asian species of camel, reptiles, and the rattlesnake. An ocean, Indian Ocean, as I said, is a major part of the continent, and it's the ocean that has suffered from a lot of tremors of earthquake and also hosts a lot of aquatic life. So some rare animals in India, the Royal Bengal tiger, the national animal of India, the Nilgiri meret, the Kashmiri stag, the Asiatic lion, and Asiatic bison. So these are indigenous to the Indians and to the country. These are found only in some parts of India, and they are endemic to the country. So diversity of crops. So India is home to three major crops. This is the rabi crop, kharif crop, and zaid crop. Rabi crops are crops grown during the winter season, kharifs during the rainy season and summer season, zaid crops grown throughout the year, and sugarcane occupies this part. and many melons, watermelon, muskmelon also holds this part. And finally, the diverse forests in India. So India is home to a variety of forests. There's evergreen forests, the rainforest in parts of Himalayas and Nilgiris, thorn forest in parts of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and in dry areas of India. All these forests host a variety of wildlife and fauna. Mangrove forests in Sundarban Delta and coast of Odisha, which are famous for the habitat of Royal Bengal tigers and crocodiles. The deciduous forests located in Karnataka, Andhra, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. Mountain forests, that are the forests in Himalayan steeps, which provide the land to alpine grassland and alpine forests. And I would finally like to conclude that we should be proud to be an Indian and know a lot about the country. We should protect and save the culture, history, and nature of India. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I am Mohit, I am a student of a grade 10 study in the Frontline Millennium School. I am here to present a lecture on the topic political ideologies and their evolution. First, what is meant by ideology? Ideology is a term which is used for a collection or a set of ideas which influences a society. It also helps a society to develop on its own. It also provides the people the society their rights and their freedom. Some may oppose the rights of the individuals, some may support the rights of the individuals. Next, the origin of the term, the ideology. The term ideology comes from a French word which is known as, which is called ideology, which is turned to be actually originated from a Greek word known as idea, which means a form or a pattern. From this, we can see that the word was actually coined by a Frenchman, and it was coined by Anthony de Tracy, who was actually a French philosopher who lived between 18th and 19th century. He coined this term in the year 1796 as a reference to the scientific ideas. He wanted to create a radical system between the people and for the scientific ideas. But it was not gone as a plan he was. But there were some other people who turned this term from a scientific term to a social term. They used this term to influence many people in the society. Next, evolution of the term ideology. The term has been not been there since and after the Anthony coined this term in 1796, but is been still before the human civilization dawn. And we can see that, for example, the first king of the world without an ideology that he has how the world should work, how the society should be controlled by him, how the society should work under him, how he can control the society. He could not have been succeeded at the job that he had. And this ideology plays a major role for development of the people. And also, not only the first king plays a major role in the development of the ideology, but also the other, who opposes the ideology possessed by the first king. If the other man did not oppose the first king ideology, there will be no development. And there will be if there was no development, we should be still a tribal people who roams in the forest and hunting animals. And really, ideology can be seen in religions also, as religions is also a set of ideas and has a cultural myths, symbols, and beliefs. If the followers did not follow the ideas, they are not the follower of that religion. And the religions without any ideas or followers cannot be called as a religion. And even the great king Alexander has an ideology that the world should be ruled by the Greeks and he should be the ruler of it. But he died before conquering the world. Next, what is the term political ideology mean? My ideology is also a set of ideas, a collection of symbols, myths, beliefs, and so on, which is influences society and which maintains order between the people. It also helps in making the formation of laws, and it also it mainly focuses on the power distribution between the people, as it tells how much the government should own the power, and how the people should own, how much the power that the people should own, and how the power can be used by the person. And the political ideology has been visible since since the rise of the internet has been drastically increasing, and the use of social media also, as many people post their events in their areas that may suitable for one a person who might follow that ideology. And the political ideology has been influenced by social media also, as it is been helpful for the ideology to develop and spreading the ideology between the people. Now let's see what is the role played by the political ideology in a society. The political ideology can be used by not only a social person or a political person, but is can be also used by an individual, as it helps the individual to see the world as he wanted, and it tells the person how the world should work, how he can influence the world, and how he has been influenced by the world. And it also says the individuals how he can share his ideas between the people, how he can spread the ideas that he got. Next, it also helps in the policy formation of the government, as it tells the person or the government how the policy should be formed on the basis of their ideology. It also helps that people to take part in the policy formation and decision making, as some ideology may give the equality for them. It also been the fundamental for the social parties or social movement. Yeah, for example, a dictator rule who's opposed by a social movement without an ideology cannot be called as a social movement, because there should be a cause and there should be a ideology that opposes one's ideology that may be seen as a dictator rule. So without that, there will be no development of the world, and the country should fade away from the world. And it helps in the as a fundamental basic for social parties. Yes, it tells the party how they can distribute the power between the ministers, how they can rule the world, how much rights they should give for an individual, or which rights goes to whom, and they can give more importance to culture or society or to an individuals. And next is it is also the party can also have a one ideology as their base, or they can have two or more, or they can even create their own by combining two or more basic rights or basic rules from other ideologies. And some political ideology may focuses on individuals, or some may focuses on the society giving their rights, and some may oppose the individuals and give the rights to the society, and some opposes the society and gives the rights to the individual. It also helps in the development of the culture, and it seeks to provide a common ownership or individual ownership. Let's see some ideologies on that. Examples of some ideologies. First, liberalism. Liberalism is originated from a Latin word called liber, which is actually means free. Liberalism has a social meaning and as well as a philosophical meaning. But in general, it is can be called but in general it can be said that they need a government that focuses mainly on an individual right, individual freedom, rather than giving the rights to the people in a society randomly, and giving the more importance to a particular society, not giving the rights to the freedom to an individuals. And it has a tolerance as a value. Here tolerance means the right to freedom, right to speak, right to media to the individuals. Next, liberals who are the followers of liberalism who often defend the rights or the beliefs or the answers of the others, even though they disagree with them. For example, a family who forces their boy to join a college, but the boy did not want to go to that particular college, but he want to join another. Their parents accept it because they are liberals. Next, it gives the individuals more importance than giving the more equality to the society. It also gives the freedom to the market to the individuals. As in olden Europe, there was a discrimination based on the classes on a society, who should own a market, who should be or buy or sell a product in a market, because there was different measurement units in different states in different Europe countries. Next, let's see about conservatism. Conservatism does not focuses on individuals or society. It mainly focuses on culture as a whole. It tend to preserve the culture rather than providing the most equality rights to the people. It also follows us their traditional concerns, traditional institutions, and cultural institutions, and it plays a major role opposing the modernization, as it tend to follow the more uh, old cultural practices than following the modernization. This is one of the major difference between the liberals and conservatives. And and the most importantly, the key factors are that it tend to provides the most important to the cultural values rather than giving importance to a society as a whole. Next, socialism. Socialism is a has political philosophy and a movement, and it has also have philosophical set of ideas to it. And it has been an influencing society, as it has been emerged from an enlightenment period from 17th and 18th century. And it has an overall theory from many ideas, and it is emerged as a response to the inequalities present in a individual capitalist economy. And it is described and it follows some economical and political theories posed by many philosophers. And socialism plays a major role providing the society as a whole, and it majorly focuses on common ownership. And let me tell about one of the major socialist thinker of India, who is called Ram Manohar Loya. Ram Manohar Loya was one of the most influenced Indian socialists. He found five inequalities between the people, between the individuals, but cannot be found in the society. They are inequality between the men and women, inequality between the color races, inequality based on the caste system, inequality based on the economic rights, colonial rule on a country over another. So these inequalities, he said that they are independent from each other, and they have independent origin from them. So they should be fought separately, but not at different period of time. He said that they should be fought at the same time, but with a separate group of people who focuses separately on each equalities. He also formed many revolutions for it, and majorly there are seven revolutions that he took to to abolish these inequalities in the society. Some few key features of socialism are: it plays major role providing a common ownership. It not give the most rights to individuals or land rights to the people, as it gives a right to the common ownership to a society as a whole, that the society should work on is at a whole, and they can take the profit and they can separate the profit. And next key feature is they wanted a limited government. In the sense of limited government, the power should be limited between the people, and every society should get equal rights so that they can play a major role in the development of the world. Next, Stalinism. Stalinism is the one of the ideology which is derived from Karl Marx theory. There are many ideology which has Karl Marx theories as a base for them, and one of the ideology is Stalinism. Stalinism was found by the Joseph Stalin, who was a dictator who ruled over the Soviet Union between 1927 to 1953. And the ideology was also famous between this time as it majorly focuses on the dictatorship and it did not give the power to the individuals or a society and it did not tend to preserve the cultures. It tend to gives more power to the dictator, Stalin. He majorly focuses on a collective ownership so that he can take the more profit and develop the Soviet Union. And it is one of the tolerance party and it can be said that it is one of the most cruel ideology in the world. And one of the key features of this ideology is that it is not only says that it is for not only dictatorship, it also gives collectivization. By the means of collectivization, it mainly focuses on giving the rights to Stalin so that he can have the control all over all the agriculture lands. So from the all, he ordered all the rulers over the Soviet Union, all the leaders from the Soviet Union, and he collected all the peasants from all the agricultural land and forced them to work in a particular land, so that he can take the more profit from it and he can use in the development of the Soviet Union in the technological field and that as well as scientific field. And some pros and cons of this ideology. Some pros of this ideology is that it tend to preserve and it tend to develop the Soviet Union in many fields. It also given the power to Stalin so that in World War II it helps him the most, as it given the more powerful to him so that he can control all the borders and all the sites from his place, so that there will be no discrimination and there will be no fight in between the places. And the cons of this ideology is that it created it was created one of the major famine that felt on the Soviet Union that time. This famine caused to many people to die in areas such as Scotland, Ukraine, and so many countries, which was ruled over by Stalin as a whole in Soviet Union. Next, communism. Communism is a left-wing ideology. It majorly focuses on a common land ownership, and it also decided to form a classless society. It needed a classless society so that the producer and the manufacturer and as well as the person who work for it have equality between them. So here it is formed as against the capitalist individual, as it did not give rights to peasants and it give more rights to the owner. So one of the key features of the communism is that, and communism is tend to also have the limited government, and it also provides the right to the workers as they wanted, as it mainly gives the right to the workers, not to the owners, so that everyone can be treated as equal as they wanted. Next, at last, individualism. Individualism plays a major role for forming many ideologies such as liberalism, as it mainly focuses on the rights of the individuals and freedom of the individuals. So it is one of the major concern about the individualism, and it plays a major role providing and against this communism ideology. And it was the only ideology that only majorly focuses on individual, not as a cultural. It is not a cultural ideology, and as well as not an society based an ideology. Only focuses on individuals and gives the more important more to the individuals, and rather than giving the rights as a whole to a society. At last, I would like to conclude that the political ideologies played a major role just just to influence the society and creating destruction. But the ideology can be used for the welfare also, and it plays the major role influencing the society. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Tarshika of grade 10, here presenting a lecture on the topic The Power of Positive Thinking and Optimism. And before going to positive thinking, what do you mean by negativity and negative thinking? So, before positive thinking, what negativity is actually to you? What do you think negativity is to you? So, what causes a person to be negative? When the past experience of a person and whatever the things the person went through in their life, it may be hard or it may be difficult. The path which they've came across made them to think negatively, so that many of the people in this society are negative. Have you ever wondered why is one man powerful, one man sad, one man rich, one man poor? You never the everything the answer for all your queries are in the answer for all your queries are in the thinking of your mind. So, importance of positive thinking. Once you start to be positive, your mental health, your physical health, everything will change positive. So, to improve your mental health, you have to make sure that even if you get a negative thought, it is only because of the overthinking and not because of you. And what are the past you had gone through that made you think like that. So next thing is improving physical health. In improving physical health, once you are mentally good, your physical health is always automatically it turns good. When you're mentally thinking that okay, everything is fine to me, you keep telling your mind that you are fine, you are healthy, and you are positive, and it automatically improves your physical thinking. Increasing happiness. Once you don't have any negative thoughts in your mind, automatically your happiness, you'll definitely be happy. You need not to worry. You don't want to worry about anything, and you will only encourage thoughts which are positive rather than negative. Better problem. Once you have you told your mind only positive thoughts, positive affirmations, once you keep repeating it, your mind acts accordingly, and it gives you better problem solving skills. And even in difficult situations, you will be able to do all your work. Be yourself, everyone else is taken. So don't try to be as others. Don't feed them the character of being other, and rather listen to your own mind. It always tells you something. Act accordingly. Improving mental health. Why do you think mental health is important? And I think that many people in the society is not mentally and physically fit. The reason you have to know that mental health is important is because once you're mentally healthy, your body, your mind, your life, everything will go accordingly. You know need not have to worry about anything. So every thought is an affirmation which your subconscious mind takes in. What benefits you? Once your mentality is very good, and you will see changes in this 3D world, and it reduces our anxiety. Once you have gone through something which is very hard, for suppose if you had a very bad day in the morning, the rest of the day changes bad automatically. Why is it so? Because you only entertain negative thoughts rather than focusing on the positive ones. You stop focusing on the positive thoughts and you keep encouraging the negative thoughts, and you get anxiety. You feel the emotion in your mind. Once you feel it in your mind, your body will take it, and once you feel it in your body, vibration and frequency are connected to the universe. Once it is taken, the universe will act accordingly. And creating thinking more clearly. Once you have positive mindset, once you are once you are clear with what is happening around, and once you are aware with everything, you think more clearly. You don't go your mind won't wander anywhere. It will always be with you. You can be more focused, and it definitely helps you in a lot of other ways, and I'll be explaining it in the future. So, increasing resilience. Resilience is very important because it cultivates self awareness. With self awareness, I mean that your mind, your body, whatever happens in the future, it won't affect you in any way because you only entertain positive thoughts. There is no reason for negativity. With that, when I tell you that you only have positive thoughts, I don't mean that you will never, once you entertain positive thoughts, I won't tell you that you won't get any negative thoughts, because negative thoughts are just coming from our subconscious mind. We can't stop negative thoughts, because negative thoughts are cultivated with overthinking, and which is responsible by our subconscious mind, and it is then processed in our conscious mind. Then we act accordingly. Once your mind is processing it, you and your body act accordingly. And once you have good resilience, it improves better problem solving skills. You stop focusing on the solution, you stop focusing on the problem, and you start focusing on the solution. It is very important to focus on the solution rather than the problem. You start adapting immediately. You, wherever place you are, whatever things happen to you, whatever people think of you, whatever people do to you, everything, you stop it. You think accordingly, you change your behavior, mindset, and you have good adaptability skills, better relationships. Once you have positive people with you, once you have positive thinking, you only attract positivity. All people will speak good to you, and they will always be supportive to you. Positivity attracts positivity, negativity attracts negativity. With positivity, once you are positive, it automatically attracts all good people to you. You start getting more clear, and it is very important for you to have good people around you, so that you and your future will be good. You have mindful listening. Nowadays, people who are in lot, who dwell into a negative situation, they always stop focusing on the solution, and they shift to the problem. Once you have once you have mindful listening, you stop focusing on the whatever your subconscious mind tells you, whatever the overthinking you have in your subconscious mind, you stop telling that to your conscious mind, and then you automatically get aware of all your thinking that you have in your subconscious mind. Encouragement and affirmations, it is very important for you to encourage yourself. You have to have good affirmations. With encouragement, I mean that you have to encourage others also, because once you start encouraging others, if suppose you are encouraging a girl who did good in a competition, the girl starts getting more happiness. That happiness is enough for you, because that cultivates more positivity to your mind. So you have to reflect and learn. That is what I meant in the last example. Once you reflect to your others, you learn a lot from others. Next, we have get greater people in achieving goals. You have only seen who the people whoever had a very good positive mindset have always achieved their goals. How? Because their thinking, their mindset is always positive. They don't dwell into the negative situations. They don't have fear for the lack. They start being more adaptable in all the situations, and they only take the positive things even in negative situations. They set specific goals, they break it into small goals, and they make sure that they are done with it only with a positive mindset. And they create a plan. Once you and your thinking is good, you can create your own plans. You can execute them. You always stay motivated, and you don't want anyone else to motivate you, because the people, you have good people around you, you have a good mindset, and definitely you will be leading a very successful life. You will learn from setbacks. If suppose you had a very bad situation, rather than dwelling into it or telling your subconscious mind the situation again and again, you start to learn good things from it, and you start to move on even in the worst things in your life. You celebrate small achievements. With that, I mean, even if you self talk to yourself in the conscious mind, which you don't know that the subconscious mind also takes it. You achieve, if suppose you have achieved, even it might be a very small thing, that is a big thing to your mind. Once your subconscious mind believes it, it attracts more positivity. Next, we have to focus on the solution rather than the problem. If suppose you had a very bad thing in your office or in your school or in your college, you have to stop thinking about it and start focusing on the solution. You when you start focusing on the problem, what you get is you definitely get depressed. You keep telling your mind that this is what happened and you deserve this, and your mind accept that fact. And because your mind don't know that it is true or wrong, but your mind accept the fact and it starts reflecting it to you in your 3D world. And once you stop focusing on the problem and you start focusing on the solution, your mind acts accordingly. You won't be depressed. You get nothing when you focus on the problem. So it is always encourageable to focus on the solution. You have to visualize success. With visualizing, many people don't know what your mind, the power in your mind. So with visualizing, once you keep repeating a scene in your conscious mind, you are repeating a scene which is negative. Trust me, when you repeat it to the conscious mind, when you apply emotion to it, when you are afraid of it, your conscious mind thinks that your subconscious mind it uh, tells all the things to the subconscious mind, and your subconscious mind believes that this is true. And when you apply emotions, the thing will reflect it in your reality. So when you start focusing, visualizing the good things, your subconscious can't differentiate between negative and positive. Whatever you tell it, it gives you in the 3D world. Once you tell you once you start visualizing only the things you wanted to know, wanted to have, wanted to feel, you have craving for something. Once you keep repeatedly you telling your subconscious mind, the more you repeat in the conscious mind, the more the subconscious mind will take it, and then it will reflect in your reality. Practicing mindfulness. Try being calm even in negative situations, because when you freak out you definitely won't get anything. So stop blaming, stop blaming on yourself, stop pulling you back. Rather, always be calm, always try to be cool. Because when you get freak out, if you are angry on someone, when you freak out on them, you definitely get nothing. It's just you are applying negative emotions to your mind, and your mind observes it and it reflects more through to your 3D world. Celebrating small win. It might be small to you, but not to your mind. It is always important to celebrate small win, because whatever you tell your mind, that is what it will reflect. So once you tell your mind it is big, 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 trust me, your mind, your subconscious mind will give that to you in a greater manner and in more good one. Success is a journey, not a destination. With that I mean, stop living in the past, stop living in the future, start living in the present. The present moment you are in, you won't get it the next time for sure. You can't, even if you try to come to this moment, you definitely can't be in this moment. So, don't, so rather than just running behind your goal, running behind it, craving for it, try living in this, try being in the present, enjoy the moment and do it. Everything will automatically work out, and running behind your goal will definitely no longer be a burden to you. You will start enjoying it, you will do it in a good manner. Negative self talk. Once you tell your mind, once you speak to your subconscious mind through your conscious mind, because what all the stories, what all the incidents happening in your day to day life, you tell your mind everything. Your mind, your conscious mind takes that to your subconscious mind. So it increases stress. So once your subconscious mind accept that this is you and this is what you do, your subconscious mind also start giving it even in even in the coming lives. So it is so also limiting beliefs. Don't think that this is not possible to you, you don't deserve this, because once you tell your mind okay you don't deserve this, your subconscious mind just believes it is a fact and your subconscious mind takes it away from you. So always try to live in the moment with your feeling of wish fulfilled rather than waiting for the wish fulfilled. Next thing, is fear of failures. So definitely everyone's life had a lot of ups and downs. We all have our own stories. So we know that we have already missed many opportunities. We might have definitely lost something we crave for. Stop telling your mind that you missed it, you lost it, and you no longer deserve it. Because the more you tell, the more the more deeper your subconscious mind will believe, and the more deeper it will reflect it to your reality. You will have self doubts, you will have lack of motivation. Stop doubting on yourself. Stop telling your mind. Stop accepting that you don't deserve this. Because once you tell your mind you don't deserve this, definitely you don't deserve this, right? So it is very important to always stop, even if you get self doubt, if you get a lack of motivation, don't overthink it and give it to your subconscious mind. So the next thing is lack of support. Definitely we want few people to be with us, support us, so it is good to crave for it. But when they are not with us, when we don't have something that we craved for, you definitely get upset. Why do you want to get upset? You are precious, so you always deserve better. Always tell you deserve better and you have good life. So the next
Position
thing
mark.
is the science behind positive thinking. Now let's actually come to the power of our mind, conscious mind. So what you we know that our mind is 10% conscious and 90% subconscious. The conscious mind do the thinking, analysis, and all all the things that happen on spot is done by our conscious mind. Our subconscious mind have creativity, memories, and all the thinking, the shape, the god in you, the spirituality lies in our subconscious mind. Self talk and inner dialogue. With self talk and an inner dialogue, whatever you tell to your conscious mind every night. This was mentioned by a scientist named Neville Goddard. Whatever you repeat, the thoughts, the affirmations, the visualizing pictures that you repeat in your conscious mind get deeper and deeper into your subconscious mind. And once your subconscious mind accept it as a truth, once it felt that emotion, it automatically reflects in your 3D world, that is nothing but your reality. Your you The god is in you, the spirituality lies in your mind. So it is very important to have good mindset even in negative situations. Next we have the next we can talk about all the process happening in the 3D world. With all the happening in the 3D world, I mean that whatever has happened to you, your reality, what you think is a reality. So we many people think that our expectations are something that we have in our mind, we visualize in our mind, those are our expectations. But no, whatever we expect, whatever we crave for is not your expectations. Your mind is your reality. Once you tell your mind, this is the truth, this is something that is happening, it automatically bring it to your subconscious mind, and the next day it happens. Whatever your subconscious mind have till date believed it as true, and which your subconscious mind is processing, it always happen in your day-to-day reality. So if you are like this, all the credits is taken by your subconscious mind, because it is very important that we program our subconscious mind in a right manner, rather than for training your subconscious mind in a negative manner. Finally, I come to the power of a subconscious mind in negative workplace. So you have to know how to guide people. Once you have a better positive mindset, you automatically spread it to everyone else. It is very important for you to have a good mindset, because positivity attracts positivity. If you are positive, you get many people who are positive. Definitely they will help you. It is very good for you. Whatever they tell you, whatever your friends, our friend's mindset can affect us. If they are positive, it will affect us positively. If we are negative, it will affect us negatively. So here I conclude by telling what are affirmations, what are controlling our mind, and what is our reality. Affirmations are basically statements that you repeat throughout the day, what you tell your conscious mind. Every night, our conscious mind takes it down to the subconscious mind. The night, whatever you tell the conscious mind as true, it takes to your subconscious mind. So this reality is not your reality. Whatever you have created, whatever your subconscious mind believes is true, is what is happening in your reality. If you believe you are rich, definitely you are rich. If you believe you are poor, definitely you are poor. So here I conclude by telling that always try only spreading positivity. Stop dwelling into the negative situations because it only pulls you back and you get nothing by being negative. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I'm Pranita Nandakumar of grade 12 of Franklin Millennium School, here to lecture you all on the topic, the science behind viruses and pandemic. When I say the word virus, some techies, technical people, programmer or developer may think of malware, spyware or worms that develop in a computer as a virus. But this is entirely different. This is about a small infectious agent that is too small to be seen without microscope and that spreads disease in plants, animals as well as humans. On the other hand, pandemic is the duration of time when a specific disease is spread throughout the world or throughout the country. So let me start. First, I'll give you the map of your journey with me. First, I'll discuss with you about the preface of virus, some deadly virus in our history, viral escalation, our recent friend COVID-19, at last impacts and precautions of virus. So let me start. Preface of virus. Virus is considered one of the deadliest agent that spreads inside the living organism. I mean that replicates inside the living organism. Virus are not considered alive because they do not reproduce and they lack metabolism. Viruses are of different shapes and size and they are covered by some protein coat-like structure known as DNA or RNA. DNA is deoxyribonucleic acid and RNA ribonucleic acid. So, the word virus is first coined by Martinez in 1898. So, virus do not belong to any particular kingdom, but depend on another living organisms that's the host. So, as I said to you earlier, virus spread disease in plants, animals, humans, as well as bacteria. So, the virus that infect bacteria is known as bacteriophage. Actually, the virus infect bacteria and then destroys the cell and then again releases a new virus. So, viruses are unique in their ability to hijack the host cell. Certain virus attacks only certain cell types. For example, rabies virus attacks the nervous and brain part of our system. So, there are two main harmfulness of virus. So, the first one is direct harmfulness and the second one is indirect. So, when I speak about the direct harmfulness, it includes, the health complication that we have after the cause of that infected virus, and it disturbs the normal equilibrium or balance of our body too. So when I speak about the indirect effect, it includes economic disparities, many were not able to go to jobs during the time of pandemic, so they they do not have money to run their family too. So when I speak about this virus, I need to speak about virology. So virology expands, the knowledge of a person about a virus. So there are many laboratories or many institutions to research about this specific virus. ASV, American Society of Virology, National Society of Virology, or World Society of Virology. These are some of the laboratories which people use to research about virus. TMV, tobacco mosaic virus was the first virus that had been found in our world. And like researchers or the person scientist who is working in the labs to give us a virus-free society too. So virus are of, they are very tiny. Their size may vary from 40 to 450 nanometers. So let us step, like these are some of the things, as I said earlier, like the virus replicate inside the living organisms too. So my second part of my session is like some deadliest virus in our history. So there are four main deadliest virus. So the first one is smallpox, HIV, Ebola, and SARS-CoV-2. So the first one is smallpox virus. Smallpox virus, there are n number of viruses which had caused a huge impact on our society and in our human beings too. So, but mainly these four main viruses is something which is very dangerous. So smallpox is considered one of the deadliest virus, which is, which had caused death about 300 to 500 million people. Like many people had suffered from this virus too. This virus may include, like, the symptoms of this virus vary from headache or, eye pain, or, many people will often feel body pain when they have this smallpox virus. So smallpox virus is caused by variola virus too. Variola virus is of two parts. The first one is variola major and the second one is variola minor. When I speak about variola major, it is very fast in its process as compared to that of variola minor. Variola major is something which is more virulent as compared to that of variola minor too, and it is very slow process. I mean, it's very fast process as compared to that of variola minor. So variola major had also caused high mortality rates too. And like smallpox is the first ever disease that is eradicated globally through a successful vaccination. So this virus primarily spread through respiratory droplets too. This is this is a basic intro of this virus. So the next one is HIV, human immunodeficiency virus causes AIDS, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. HIV, it spreads through direct sexual contact with the infected person or physical contact with the infected person. And it is also of two main types. The first one is HIV-1 and the second one is HIV-2. When I speak about HIV-1, it is a fast process and it is majorly identified as compared to that of HIV-2, whereas HIV-2 is a slow process and it's identified rarely in some parts of India. So this disease spreads primarily through the rectal fluids or vaginal fluids or also like semen fluids from one person to another. So like we should use some personal protective equipment in order to protect us from such kind of transmission. So the next one is Ebola virus. Ebola virus is it's like a thread-like structure which is too long and which get infected into our body through a caspid wall. So it was first identified in humans in 1976, and there is no specific treatment for EBD, Ebola virus disease, and it is transmitted sexually. It is transmitted to humans through various ways. So this Ebola virus, it's a rare virus, but most dangerous one. So, this is a virus which is something very severe and which causes a huge impact in our human body too. And this outbreak occurred in the part of West Africa too. So this Ebola virus, it's also considered as a fatal illness. So the next one is SARS-CoV-2. It's severe acute respiratory syndrome 2, and it's a highly infectious disease, and it was first identified in Wuhan, China. And the first case of COVID-19 was something dangerous and different from other virus. So this is the structure of COVID-19. It is like some oval-like structure with the tiny spikes outside the surface. And like it's where it is considered as a key to this virus, and it will come into our body through the skin. And like our caspid wall consists of some thread-like structure which get affected to this tiny spikes in the surface. So this is the way in which the COVID-19 get infected into the body. Then when it get inside our body, then it releases its family, and its family spreads inside our body too. So the next one is like, the next part of my session is viral escalation. It's nothing but how a virus spread from one person to another, or one person to many members. So there are, in our darkest corner of our room, a microscopic enemy has emerged. So we should be safe in order to not get infected or affected by such kind of viruses. So there are four main ways in which the virus spread from one person to another. So the first one is direct contact, indirect contact, airborne transmission, and vector-borne transmission. So the first one is direct contact. These are some of the ways, which the disease spread from one person to another. As I said you earlier, like HIV comes under this type of transmission, and like physical proximity may not even show the difference between life and death. So we should use some PPE, personal protective equipment, in order to not get affected by such kind of virus. And like we should keep certain distance with the infected person too. So the next one is indirect contact. Indirect contact is something, like for example, if an infected person touches a place or thing, and that specific thing is contaminated, when someone else come and touches the same place, I mean the normal person come and touch the same place or thing, he may be the cause of that virus. So like we should be safe while touching all the public places, or like in a common place. So these are some of the ways in which in which the virus spread. So like we should use some liquid like sanitizer in order to not get affected by such virus. So the next one, the third type is airborne transmission. So it's the way in which the virus spread from one person to another through through a respiratory droplets, or some saliva. So like we should be much careful while we are in crowded places, or like we should be safe in order to not get caught by that virus. So like we should have some social distancing in order to not get infected by that kind of droplets or virus. So the next one is vector-borne transmission. So vector-borne transmission is something, in which the virus spread through insects like, arthropod, tick, mosquito. The example of this vector-borne virus, or, this vector-borne transmission is Zika virus, malaria, or dengue. So here also, like, we have many precautions in order to not get infected by such kind of virus. Like we should have some odomus cream in order to not get infected by that virus, or you can also use mosquito bat. So the next one is like a recent friend, COVID-19. I gave this name because it was my friend, for not somebody else, because at the time we were in our homes and listening to online classes, like which was one unmemorable or a different part of my journey or my life. So like it was totally a different experience, and which had taught me a lot too. So it was considered as a last pandemic, and like still now there are many new cases of COVID-19 recorded in some parts of India. So like we should have some quarantine during the time of pandemic, so that like we can protect ourselves from such kind of virus. Yeah, personal protective equipment like mask, sanitizer, and like to have a social distancing with the infected person. These are some of the things that we need to follow during the time of COVID-19. So when I speak about this, like the symptoms of COVID-19 may vary from mild to severe. For some person, they may have high fever or skin rashes, like they'll not be able to live a regular lifestyle, and they will like they will have cough or chills, they may be sneezy, or they may even have high fever. Some may do not know the smell, or they not know the taste of specific food. So this may be the same symptoms of COVID-19. And for the person who had already affected by pneumonia, like he may be at the danger of death, so he should take a preventive measure in order to not not get affected more by such kind of virus. So like one should be very protective in such kind of era. So for youngster or youth people, like they'll be somewhat have a good immune to fight against this virus compared to that of old age people, or like the person who's not have good good or normal health condition. So the next one is like, here is the timeline of coronavirus. So the December 8, the first case of corona was identified, and it was in Wuhan, China. And at December 31, the China alerts who about several pneumonia cases. And at Jan 1st, Wuhan's wholesale seafood market got shut down. It was the place where the COVID-19 started to spread. So the next one is at Jan 11, again a new corona case was identified. And at Jan 11, the first death of COVID-19 was recorded in China. And at Jan 13, the first case outside China was recorded, which may cause a huge anxiety over the people's too. And at Jan 23, there were many restrictions, and many people were not able to move to their hometown. They were restricted in the place which they used to stay. And at Jan 29, the death toll, the number of people who had died had increased to many numbers. There were many problems in such kind of era too. Then the vaccination was established for this this virus. So there are two main vaccination that we got injected. The first one is Covaxin, and the second one is Covishield. Covaxin is of 2 dosages, and the gap between them is about 28 days. And it was first established for the age group 18 and above, and then for other age groups. And the second one is Covishield. It's also of 2 dosages, and we students had also got injected to that kind of vaccination. But there were some myths about this vaccination, like if we inject such kind of such kind of vaccination, like we may lose our life earlier. But I guess it's totally a fake news. Like this is the one which gives us immune to fight against this coronavirus. So the next one is like, as I said you earlier, these are some of the things which we used to, during our last pandemic. Police officer or someone like who played a major role in preventing us from the virus. So like they were the one who forced us to to stay in home, and then we may get infected by that virus. So like they were the one who had spent their time in in checkpost or police station, or to protect us from such kind of viruses. So this is some of these things. The next one is impacts of viruses. There are 2 main impacts of virus. The first one may be the positive impact, and the second one is negative impacts. So when I speak about the negative impacts, it includes like public health. Public health is something main that we all have. So like during this pandemic, like many people got infected to this virus. And there are there are many people who get infected by this virus. And the total population had also decreased because of this one. And the second one is like economic, as I discussed with you earlier. Like there were more business closures, and there were many people who were not able to go to their jobs, and they were little bit down at the period of our last pandemic. So like there are many things that we had experienced, and the next one is like social interaction level is decreased. For example, before the pandemic, like in a common place, in a public place, if you see a person or a relation or a friend, like you'll go and speak. But after this pandemic, many of them are hesitating to speak with them, like doubting they may have COVID or not. So the social interaction is decreased due to this COVID-19. And the next one is education. As I said to you before, like we were having some online classes and we were attending it. Like we were not coming to school and we were using many, we were following many rules in order to not get affected by such kind of viruses. So the next one is precautions. So there are many ways in which we can protect ourselves from virus. So these are some of the ways, like the use of sanitizer and use of masks, and to have a gap between two person, and the oxygen cylinder. It is considered one of the major thing during the time of pandemic, and like many were in need of it. So this is some of these things that we were used to be at that, in the time of pandemic. So I conclude my lecture by saying like we will face many future pandemics, so we should all be united and together in order to fight against the virus. Thank you.
Imagine a world without money. It's so crucial, right? That's how the actual reality is. Imagine a world where the concept of money we all know today is completely new. So today we are going to speak about history of money and evolution of currencies. By the by, I am Anupriyanka of grade 12 from Frontline Millennium School. The concept of money has played different role in different people. Each have different perspectives on money. The person who is having less money says that I want some more money to satisfy some of my wants. And the person who is slightly satisfying his wants says that I want more money to satisfy it entirely. And the person who is satisfying it and saving for the future says that money gives me stress, depression, and so. So, what is money? Money is a medium of exchange of goods and services. There are different countries have different currencies. For instance, in India, it's rupees. In America, it's dollars. In China, it's yuans. In Malaysia, it's rimbles. In Russia, it's ringgits. In Colombia, it's peso. Then in German, it's euro. And Canada, it's again dollars. These different currencies have uniform value all around their own country. And no two currencies have exactly same values. This is because the price of the value of the currency is determined by the inflation and deflation of the respective country. And no inflation and deflation of a country would be same. There are many forms of currencies in which cryptocurrency is the newest addition. And these monetary systems are being monitored by the central authority of the respective country. Next, I think it's time to delve into functions of money. There are many functions of money, and I'm here to state few of them. First thing is medium of exchange. Money acts as a medium of exchange. It acts as a middle person between consumer and receiver and makes the transaction more simplest and easiest one. Next thing is measure of values. Money is used to measure the values of goods and services. When we enter a shop, we represent the product by inquiring its price. This example is more evident that products are being measured in terms of money. Then what about the services we receive? Like delivery charges we pay. It's also an example how the services are being measured in terms of money. The Zomato and Swiggy always offer us a delivery charges, and whatever products we get from online is charged with delivery charges. This is an example that even services are being measured in terms of money. And next thing is storage of values. We earn money. What we do with that? we like to invest in terms of assets. We like to purchase lands, buildings, machineries, furnitures, and so. And some also prefer in putting it in bank, that is credit creation. When a person deposits certain amount, example 10,000, certain percentage would be kept with RBI and certain percentage would be kept with the commercial bank itself. And the remaining money is being circulated again to the public in the terms of loans. And the interest that they collect is a revenue of the bank, and certain percentage of their revenue is again given to the customers who actually deposit their money. This actually about credit creation and how it increases the standard of living of a person in a particular country. Next thing is standard of deferred payments. So here deferred payments is the payment I'm going to make in my future. For instance, the next month's salary I'm receiving this month is an example of standard of deferred payments. At the same time, when I'm purchasing a product on EMI and I'm going to place in my next equal installments, this is also an example that the money is being used for using standard of deferred payments. Sometimes standard of deferred payments is used on the basis of trust, and that's entirely different. And next thing is distribution of social income. When I receive my income in terms of money, it would be useful to spend on my sundry expense. Imagine a situation where you're receiving your income other than money. It's something crucial, right? You will be again pushed into a situation of barter system where you have to go through all the challenges what you have been experienced in the ancient periods. So that's not required. And next thing is liquidity. Money is the most liquid asset in India. Next, we have lots of functions of money and we have been using money on a regular basis. How this money is being measured, how this money supply is being measured. There are 4 effective terms through which these money supply is being measured. First thing is M1 money. It is basically, sorry, M0. It is an addition of 2 things. That is the money that is being circulated with the public and the other deposits. Next thing is M1 money, and M1 is addition of M0, the currency circulated with public, other deposits, including that we'll be adding net time post office savings. Next thing would be M2 money. M2 money is addition of M0, that is money circulated with public, other deposits, including that we'll be adding up fixed deposits. When we sum up all these 3, we'll be in result of M2. And M3, the last thing, is something broad. It is of comprising M2, whatever you have been sum up. Again, we should do it in M3. In addition to it, we'll be adding net time post office savings of a particular organization. So these different 4 terms have different single term explanation. That is, M0 is said to be base money, and M1 is said to be narrow money, M2 is said to be broad money, and M3 is said to be the broadest money. In India, RBI used M2 method to measure the money supply in India. Next, do you believe that the money that we use are being classified into 3 types that are being actually of different? One category is like legal tender money, non-legal tender money, and high-powered money. The other segregation would be legal tender money, cryptocurrencies, and market determined. So I am here to say the first group of thing, that is about legal tender money, the money that we legally get by the government, that has been issued by the central authority and the respective government. In India, no citizens can legally refuse the payment made in rupees. And next is illegal tender money. By the word illegal, we cannot go to the entirely different one, but it's something that denotes like bank overdrafts and so. And next thing is about high-powered money. In high-powered money, many people think it's something different, but it's not. It is an addition of what we have been doing earlier, that is the money circulated with public, deposits with commercial banks, and the deposits with the respective RBI. This is about the types of money. And do you think the money that we have been using 4,000, 5,000 years earlier is same as what we are being using now? Absolutely not. The money has taken lots of changes in its shape, size, and even in its value. And do you know that a coin can last for even 40 years? And we all know about dollars. The first integration of dollars was in 1785. So I'm here to give some thing about evolution of money. So evolution of money is the betterment and complications what we have been suffered in our ancient times. So I would like to start with the simple barter system. So in barter system, it is simply exchanging goods and services for other goods and services. We thus do only for satisfying our wants. We never bother about the values that are being equal. This is happens like I am a farmer selling 10 kgs of wheat. I'm in need of rice, and the farmer who is selling 10 kgs of wheat is in need of 10 kgs of rice is in need of wheat. So they both come to a point and exchange their goods and services. This is what about barter system. Then why we are not using it? Because its drawbacks is more than its merits. The first most drawback is lack of double coincidence of wants. Barter system exists only the wants arises at the two places. If we have been arising wants from even a single place, then the barter system never happens. That's what actually about. When a farmer is in need of wheat, but the person who is selling in wheat is not need of rice, so the transaction never happens. That is the biggest drawback of barter system. Next thing is lack of measuring values. As I said earlier, we have been simply exchanging goods and services only to satisfy our wants. We never bothered about how the value would be. Sometimes 10 kgs of rice is being exchanged for a kg or 2 kgs of vegetables. So is that value same? Absolutely not. And sometimes even gold are being exchanged for the food items that we eat. And next thing is problem in storing wealth. Wealth is something that is not going to be perished, that is going to be permanently with us till our last breath. But it's not like that. When I am purchasing 10 kgs of wheat as my asset, it is going to be only as an asset till a month. After that, it is going to be perished. So that's what a biggest problem. It is going to be vanished. The asset and the hard work I gain is vanished. And next thing is lack of specialization and lack of regional problems also. Barter system can be entertained in a small compound of entity. But when you go to a large area, it is not actually possible, because you need, in a large crowd, you need to find a person who is actually in need of the product you sell and also want to satisfy your wants. That is actually not possible. And lack of divisibility. Sometimes in this older age, animals are being used as an exchange, where I'm having only a cattle and I'm having a want from 4 different shops. So I cannot cut a cattle into 4 and provide to 4, because a value of the dead cattle is not equal to the value of the alive one. So we had encountered lots of drawbacks in barter system, and that was the main reason we have been switched to the commodity money. And barter system has another big drawback, which is about future payments. In barter system, you should exchange your goods and services only on a particular time. You cannot say that I didn't harvest my product, next day I will be harvesting it and exchanging. That never happens. Both should come at the same point and exchange their goods and services. So next, we have been evaluated and changed to commodity money. In commodity money, we simply exchanged goods by using a medium. Here entered a new thing, that is, we used medium of exchange of goods and services. And these commodity money are basically known for its durability, scarcity, and its uniqueness. And most probably, these commodity products will not be available in large sectors. So that is actually help, because we cannot entertain a use of commodity which has been easily available, that even exists to malpracticings. So I would like to describe here the three things that has been used as a commodity: cowrie shells, beads, and leather money. There are lots and lots, and I think these are quite interesting. Cowrie shells. Cowrie shells was used as a medium of exchange initially in China, and these are known for its durability, uniqueness, and these are smooth in nature, and each shapes are known with different values. And India, it has been in use still 1850 until the rule of British in Odisha. After the rule of British, they strictly said us to stop it. And what is the thing in cowrie shells is it is easily can be transformed from one place to another. We can transfer easily in even in a bulk manner, and no chance of robbery because it's so handy in nature. And next comes beads. So in next evaluation, beads were being mostly used by European countries, and these are being used to exchange goods and services, especially in Africa tribes. And they actually manufactured the beads and shaped the beads in such a way, uniqueness and uniform measurement. They had a uniform measurement of beads, and those beads have been had a particular value. And the other thing which can be even classified on the basis of colors, shapes, and so. Next comes leather money. Leather money is basically the leather of animals. It is even can be said about the deer skins. And so initially in China they used only deer skin to manufacture leather money, and later due to its scarceness they started to do with cows skin and goat skin and so, but that was not entertained later. They actually cut one fourth of the leather of an animal, and they give impress certain symbols, and that actually says the value of the thing. And this is also known for its scarcity and durability. Next comes metallic money. I think we all have heard the hilarious stories of king and queens who have been ruled are dynamic nature, which was all about metallic money. King used to give gold coins to the poets who praised him. That was the actual story we hear. Yeah, that's true. The metallic coins are actually made with the help of gold, silver, bronze, nickels, and so many things. It had a lot of drawbacks because it was so heavy to carry, and there was certain chance because in those period we have been traveling in a dense forest in the back of an animal, and if we deposit a heavy amount on this back, the transportation speed obviously decreases. Next is security risk. As I have already said, we doesn't have a proper infrastructure in those period of time. We will be traveling in a dense forest even at the night time, and there is a lot and lot of chance of getting security risk because there is a lot chance of getting robbed. Next thing is advantages about durability and wear. The metallic coins can last even after 30 and 40 years, and this is extremely made up of expensive metals, so which would be not abundant in nature. So that was also one of the drawbacks in metallic coins. Next thing, it's limited in values. It has a particular value such as 5 rupees and 10 rupees, and below that we doesn't have a proper metallic coin that actually reduced the problem. And next thing is about next thing is okay next about paper money. So paper money is the currency that we have been using nowadays, but it had some funny story behind it. So first thing is the paper currency is been first issued by different banks. So different banks issues different colored papers notes as their form of currency. This actually was so much complicated because each bank has its own currency, and people felt very difficult to exchange, and the shopkeeper felt much more difficulties. So then came a uniform measurement of paper money that was issued by the central bank, and it is being signed by the governor of the respective person. It had lot of advantages, and it have been broke all the disadvantages in the previous evaluation. As we had already said, it had the previous evaluation had a risk in carrying a lot in bulk in nature. bulk in nature, but um, it was bulk in nature, but this was easy to carry from one place to another. Next thing was paper currency was so easy to transport from one place to another, and so it has lots of advantages like divisibility. We have lot of values like 1 rupee note, 2 rupee note, 3 rupee, and which can be easily distributed and spent on the particular area, and it is accepted by everyone, and it has a uniform measurement. Next comes credit money. So credit money, credit, the word says something loan. Yeah. So it's something, the money that is not backed by the physical terms. Instead, we'll be getting it on the basis of promises, uh, co- um, promises and agreements and so. So this was all about credit money. Next is electronic money. Electronic money is the digital money that we use nowadays and which is so famous. We doesn't want to carry a bulk amount of cash or even credit cards in our packets. We just have a phone, we just scan up QR cards to have a good transactions. Nowadays everything is of GPay, Paytms and so. So electronic money has saved people's time in investing in lot. And I would like to conclude by saying that each evolution says the human's ingenuity and creativity. Each has been overcome with our own self improvements. Thank you.
From 29 Millennium School, here to lecture on the topic Unraveling the Mystery of Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle is also known as the Devil's Triangle. It is a suburban legend focused on the highly refined regions of western part of North Atlantic Ocean, where a number of ships and aircraft are said to be disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The idea of area has been uniquely prone to disappearance arose in mid-20th century, 1918. But most of the reputable resources said that there is some other mystery behind it. The earliest suggestion of Bermuda Triangle, which was appeared in 17 September 1920. And this was being published in Miami Herald Associated Press. This was being published in the theme of disappearance of the ships and aircrafts in the triangle. This was being published in September 1950. Then 2 years later, Fate magazine produced a short article named as Sea Mystery at Our Back Doors, which was being written by San George, which was covering like the loss of several ships, and especially it covers about the Flight 19 and etc. on. And the American Legion also said like nothing seems to be right when we are entering into the Bermuda region, and it's we don't know where we are. The water is it's white. They had several confusion among them, and he suddenly reported to the Navy board, and then he flew to the mast. Then the next is about Alan Edwards. So Alan Redburn also writes about a book named as the Deadly Bermuda Triangle. So this book depicts that the loss of several planes and ships, as I've been said before. It also includes about the Flight 19, which was being published in April 1962. And last, we have a book author Vincent Gaddis, who had been written as the Deadly Bermuda Triangle. This actually many philosophers and scientists said that like we have many suggestions that can be also involved in this article, so that within 2 years the Vincent Gaddis expanded his short article into a book named as the Deadly Bermuda Triangle. So the first article was being published in February 1964, but within February 1966 they had been expanded this as an article. And many among them, and many of the philosophers like the Lost Lambo and the Deadly Bermuda Triangle, the Evil Triangle, and these are some of the unfamous books that had been covered among these stories also. And the triangle area. So the Bermuda Triangle origin is from like it covers the vertices such as Miami, Florida, and Bermuda, and it has the vertices covering like 13,000 square kilometer to 39,000 square kilometer, and it has also vertices from it can be that can be stretched even to the Irish coast. And and several say that it connects to the three countries. That is, one is Bermuda, Florida, and Miami. So this forms as a triangular in shape. So this is the reason why it is known as the Bermuda Triangle. And we have certain hypothetical explanation and attempts that has been given by many philosophers and scientists before what happens actually is. The first one is paranormal explanation. So a few says that it is because of some paranormal explanation that flings to the leftover technology of the mythical lost of the Atlantis. It says that there will be certain connection between this Bermuda Triangle and the lost of Atlantis story, which has been not known for the many of them. So I would like to explain about the Atlantis story. So Atlantis story is like a road that connects. Whenever we travel in that road, it connects to some other path, and most of the people who had been traveled in the path have been disappeared still today's date. So they say like it can be also a path for the BME's road because it also disappears in that. And after that, few says that it can be of some of time swaps. Because of the time swaps, whatever the things that had been sunken into the Bermuda Triangle may exist in another universe. It is or a parallel universe. And few say that there be some of the natural explanation also, so that we doesn't have a proper figure out of it. And we have certain natural explanation that is being given by many scientists. The first one is compass variation. So nowadays we use Google Maps in order to locate the destination. So we find whenever we want to find a location, we just feed it into them, and they just give a proper direction, so that in this way we can reach our destination easily. But in those times, we doesn't have Google Maps. They believe they only dependent on the compass. So when we dependent on the compass, it can also may sometimes may misguide us. We may wrongly locate certain times. It can, whether we are traveling on ship or whether we have been traveling in the waterways. So compass variation of the one of the most cited phrase that had been in the Bermuda Triangle. So many of because of the sudden change in the magnetic field, we say that we cannot properly locate the locations. And in for example, in 2000 United States, so there will be a crew of 400 members who had been traveling from Plymouth to the England. So in this way, when they was traveling, they suddenly misguided by the compass. So because of that, it took around 6 months for them in order to locate the correct place. And around 2 months they had been in the same place. They've been in same place who had been surrounding there. And it also says like because of the UFO also, there will be like there are two type of north in it. One is compass north, and next one is geographical true north. So like it will be same for certain areas and it will not be same for certain areas. So we should be very careful when we are handling in this. So next we are going to see is about the Gulf Stream. So Gulf Stream is a surface current primarily driven by the thermoline circulation that flows from the Gulf of Mexico and flows through the states of Florida into the North Atlantic Ocean. And it is like it would, as you see, it has been like a mixture of two things. That is, one is the ocean water, the second one is the sea water. We can see whether it just gelled or what. So it just seems like floating. When we pour oil into the water, the same way it also gels. It happens because when we compare to the density of the water, the ocean's density will be higher when we compare to the sea water's density. So in this case, it doesn't gel with each other. And it has a surface velocity of 2 meter per second, which is approximately 6.6 feet per second. And a small water landing or an engine out of action may be carried from the current position, from the reported position by the current. So and the next one we have a natural explanation is that human error. So because of the human error, Dr. Harvey Conway has been lost his sailing yacht, who had been his friends and philosophers, and many of the scientists said that not to not to sail into the thin storm, which is be dangerous for for him and his yak too. But because of the emergency and because of his stubbornness, he had been traveled into this yak and he had been returned as a dead body. And because of his stubbornness and because of his own intention, he had been went and been lost in that Atlantis. The next one is about the violent weather. So in those cases, the hurricanes were more powerful, and when the hurricane hits a ship or an aircraft, it may cause billions of dollars in damage to the prospective ship and aircraft. So it is unavoidable in those days. So actually, Bermuda Triangle is being located in the sea. So in this case, because of the sudden wind of velocity and wind change, the hurricanes may occur in this case. When the hurricanes have been occurred, it totally the control of the ships or aircraft will not be under our control. We will not be able to know what is happening in and around us. And when the hurricane occurs, it may change from the velocity of 32 km/h to 97 to 145 km/h, which is actually more than double of it. And when the hurricanes hit certain places, there are only two possibilities. One is to die, and the next one is also to die. It is impossible to escape from a hurricane that had been hit us severely. And the next is about the methane hydrates. So methane hydrates is nothing but a bubbles that can be formed in the seawater, which is a normal natural gas. When these bubbles are being formed in the seawater, when these bubbles are being formed in the seawater, it becomes the unbounciness to the ship. It will be forming only one side of the water. If this is being formed, the bounciness of the ship will be automatically reduced. When this bounciness has been reduced, we have a chance of sinking it. And there is a university from Australia that had been proved that when the it can sink a heavy loaded ship that easily, and it can also mislocate the direction of the ship too. And we have some potential effect that is what sinking of the ship and 40 water. And it also says like it is also known as the mud volcanoes. So the spectacular nature of the connection with the Bermuda Triangle, this may if it occurs in this seawater, it will be like lasting from 3 months to 1 year. So this is the minimum range. And according to the recent information, it has been said that it has been 15,000 years before the methane hydrates had been occurred in the Bermuda Triangle. After that, we doesn't find any of the methane hydrates. And now we have certain notable incident that made all the worldwide to note about the Bermuda Triangle. So the first one is HMS Atlanta. So HMS Atlanta is originally named as the HMS Juno, which was being happened on 31st January 1880. So this ship has been sailing from the Royal Naval to the dockyard in the England. So while they was traveling, it was full of unexperienced trainees, and few say that like it is full of heavy loaded missions and heavy loaded guns too. So because of that the ship had been sinken. And few says like it can be about the pirates rate. So in those days we had a very high piracy rate. And some says like they might had attacked them and killed them because of that time they might have been disappeared. And the majority of them are saying like it is only because of the untrained trainees. So this is the only reason why they had been lost their ship. So the next one is about the USS Cyclops. This is one of the most notable incidents that made all the United States to be focused on this Bermuda Triangle. This was being happened on 4th March 1918. So actually it contains about 309 crew members went on missing. So this is because one is which is fully loaded with the manganese, which is a quite heavy metal for everything to carry in a one go. And one reason is that, and another reason is like one out of three engine, one engine was out of action, and while traveling another engine was also being repaired, and it was not able to function smoothly as if they planned. And because of this, the USS Cyclops have been damaged and had been sunken, and it has been found again in August August 1970. It is sunken because of the heavy loaded magnets. It's not because of some other reason. And the main highlight in this thing is like only 3 members have been missing in this. And the next one is Carol A. Durling. This was a ship that got disappeared on January 31st, 1921. So built was in 19, like most of the schooner. We doesn't have proper explanation for this ship. Like most of the say like it can be disappeared because of the hurricanes, and few says that it can be disappeared because of the bomb blast. We doesn't have proper information in order to find this. The next one is Flight 19. So the Flight 19 has been mentioned in many of the books that I have been said earlier. So Flight 19 is a basic story that it contains 5 jets. It was a training jets. It was flying from US Army to the England. So actually 4 of them were trainees and only one captain was there. What the captain said is like, I will be following you. We'll keep a test. Whoever goes to the place correctly will be awarded. But everyone was being so enthusiastic that we have to go first. So in this way, they had been having some tension, and they mislocated most of the areas. So everyone went on different areas. At last, the pilot got confused, and in this way, all the 5 jets have been disappeared, and no mystery apart from that. And due to few says that apart from that, many of them failed to report to the U.S. Navy board, and others says that it can be about the vapor leaks and heavily unloaded with fuel. When we generally loaded everything with heavily loaded things, it may have a possibility of breaking it, and it may easily fall into the ocean. And the next one we have is like a Star Tiger. So it has 2 main flights in it. The first one is GAMP Star Tiger, which has been disappeared on January 13, 1948. This flight arises from Arizona and to Bermuda. And the second flight is GARGE Ariel, which has been disappeared on Jan 17, 1948. It actually, the difference is like less than 1 year. And it was been flying from the Bermuda to the Jamaica. So in this way, we have one similarity is that it was both operated by the South British Airways, American Airways. They say it's like it can be because of the misproper communication from the central board, the way they had been mislocated there. And few says like it can be because of certain weather condition, weather forecasting times. And few says like it can be about the leakage of fuel and inadequate fuel to the mission. And the next one we have is like Douglas DC-13. This was being happened on December 28, 1948. It has 32 crew members. It was been flying from San Florida to the Miami. We doesn't have no proper information in this, as many of them said like we don't have proper information in order to find this, and few say like it can be disappeared because of the certain issues, as no one has a proper idea of it. They said that doesn't have proper information of it. And the next one is Connemara 4. This was been happened on September 1955. We doesn't know the proper date. Many of them says like it happened only between the September time. Actually, we know what happens when one hurricane hit us. Actually, this was being passed by the 3 hurricanes. So because of the 3 hurricanes hit it, the last hurricane had been severely hit. So in this case, the ship had been sunken into the water. So it was not able to found it. When we found it, we was able to find the as if it is in the picture. Then it has been affected by the wind gale forces too. And next one we have is that the KC-135 Stantalkers. So it actually what happens when 2 flights have been collided with each other. So in the same way, in August 28, 1963, 2 flights have been crashed together and it had been sunken into the Bermuda area. In this way, it is said to be an mysterious one. And it has been collided when 300 miles, that is approximately 480 kilometers west of the Bermuda. And at last, I would like to say that many of the illiterates and many of the people think that there is something mystery behind it. It's actually not. Many of them say it's like there is some sea monster behind the Bermuda Triangle. Some says that sea monster is behind the Bermuda Triangle, and few say because of the high gravitational force that attracts everything. It's not at all. It is only because it cannot be found in any of the geographical maps or satellites. Nothing can be found properly, so that it is said to be a mysterious one. And actually, till the date, there is no proper fact or there is no experiments that had proven that there is something mysterious in the Bermuda Triangle. This is the mystery behind it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Rishika Badani from grade 12, studying in Frontline Millennium School. Today I'll be lecturing on the topic reshaping urban spaces and city planning. We wonder like how we have clay, right? We reshape it. We make beautiful places, we make beautiful toys or animals out of it. Similarly, urbanization play a very good vital role in the community, in the country for its development. So let's see, like, what's the need of reshaping? Reshaping a city, or how urbanization works. Urbanization is basically like the rural areas, they're converted to urban areas. And here they say that 60% of the population have converted themselves to urban areas. And let's know, like, necessary. Why urbanization is happening rapidly? Like, how rabbits run rapidly and they are very fast. The need for urbanization has a very good impact. They say, no, being sustainable, using resources which can be, used for a long period of time. And that's why urbanization is used rapidly. Then we have sustainable development. They say, no, sustainable is here, like we use resources for our purpose and then save it for the future generation. Similarly, for urbanization, you need sustainable development. Now, when infrastructure is going to be built, like in future, they're going to make parks, places where people publicly it can be used. So here, they're going to make it sustainable. Like here, now we are having this event. Earlier, it was a badminton court. So how one area can be reused again? So you don't have to construct a lot of buildings like a badminton court and then a basketball ground. How you can use a place again. Then we'll know about quality of life, like how urbanization brings this quality in life. We are using modernized techniques. We are using technology so that it improves our quality of life. For an individual to live properly, we require few amenities, few resources to satisfy our demand. And that's why urbanization brings quality of life in people, a standard of living. They can use resources in a proper way, in a limited way. Then let's talk about the flexible use space. Like how I said, this area, this badminton court, now we have an event here. Similarly, like in a home, we have a hall. How later it turns into a movie theater. We all family members watch movie together. Similarly, they say that adaptive design. How one building, one industry can be used again. You have to make an adaptive use of the industries, of factories, of public park, mall. They say no, multi-purpose of how two things can be used again. Now I play games, I love listening to music, and sometimes I do it together. So this is how multi-purpose is being used. Then we have temporary or pop-up spaces. These are basically for the emergency purposes. Like during pandemic, vaccines were to be distributed in the remotest of areas, in the vulnerable region. So many people they didn't have government hospitals near them or some healthcare infrastructure. So how were these vaccines distributed? They popped up spaces like a town hall or maybe car parking regions were converted to this healthcare facility where a lot of doctors, nurses, and healthcare staffs came and addressed to people that even if we don't have a government hospital or a campaign or a mobile unit, we can turn this town hall, this parking lot, or this public park into a vaccination drive so that all people who are in vulnerable region, remotest region, low and middle class area can receive vaccines. And then we have adaptive reuse. They say, no, I am using this television, I am using this light. How can I make a reuse of it? Now I have a mobile phone. How I can use and make it a long time. That's stretch it for a longer period of time. That's how you avoid resources to be exploited. If you update your mobile phone, you can use it for a longer period of time. And that's how you reuse your mobile phone. Or there's this washing machine in your home, or there's this television, or even the plastic bottles. We drink the water bottle and then we throw. But what we can we do is, like, there's this thing that they did in a foreign country where they collected millions of water bottles, millions of plastic water bottles, and converted into a school. Imagine, we thought plastic bottles once used can be thrown, but it was used again, and they even constructed a building out of it, providing education to students. And this is how adaptive reuse. We use resources again. We use this plastic bottle again. We have next is smart infrastructure. Everybody wants to be engineers, wants to be more smarter, and that's why we have a lot of technology nowadays. Wherever you go, wherever you're living, hospital, workspace, agriculture, and even in the education, we have smart infrastructure. Like in schools, we have projector, computer systems. Now, most of the schools have brought in projector facility, something where technology is used to teach students, to teach all people, so they're more interested to learn. And then in healthcare, if we improve the facilities, we bring in more of modernized equipments, more of MRI scans and testing centers, how easy things can be. And that's how technology can make our life more easier and do things quicker. This is about in healthcare and education. How is it in agriculture? Similarly, of how we use in healthcare and education, in agriculture also, we use drones to sprinkle water in the farms, and there are a lot of things that technology can be used for. Then we have collaborative planning and design. As a single person, can I plan the whole infrastructure of an area? I cannot. And that's why we collaborate. This collaboration takes us, we learn about the best practices, we learn about new experiences, and also develop a city properly. Listen, now, if you want to develop a vaccine or you have to bring a new product, you collaborate with people because they have more insights of how things work in life. Now I'm a new entrepreneur. I'm a young entrepreneur. I have to showcase this product to the market. I have to do marketing. Then I have to sell it. How will I do it by myself? Because this is a new experience for me. And that's why I collaborate with the industry or with another entrepreneur who is already, selling products in the market. And that's where Shark Tanks, like this was brought in India last year, where this platform where people will invest for you, invest in your product. These young entrepreneurs go to this platform and they say that this is my product and this is how I'm helping people. These are the sustainable products which you can use. And that is how these sharks, when they found these products are very alluring, they're interesting and amusing from other products, they invest in it. And in return, they gain this ownership. And that's how a lot of people are getting opportunities, job opportunities. We say, no, building an infrastructure is okay, but people have to be used in them. And that's how you use it sustainably. Next is mobility and accessibility. Like we say, no, we need vaccines or we need products, we need this clothing, apparel, food items, juices, water, a lot of other things. But how easily is it accessible to us when we diversify locations in an area? And that's how many villages they don't have a lot of facilities. Why they don't have it? Because they don't have enough money, or maybe few people they don't lack or they don't have proper knowledge. And that's where now rural regions are getting converted to urban spaces. Every individual has this right, has this equitable access to all the resources. Living in an urban area is very helpful. Why? Because you have a lot of people who are ready to teach you, ready to help you. And that's how we use the space flexibly. Next is about active transportation and walkability. Like everybody likes walking, but in the roads, like in a lot of metropolitan cities or urban areas, the roads have traffic jams and there are accidents. So they don't have proper area to walk, and that's why in future there isn't a vehicles are in this path, and you have an other space where people can cycle, people can walk freely. And this is how you bring in active transportation, where all these mobile automobiles, vehicles can go in a path, and you have a different path for the cyclists, for people to move. And this is about walkability and active transportation. Another aspect here is reduced environmental impact. There are a lot of industries that pollute. They use smoke because in chemical industries, obviously, you have to use a lot of machinery that will release smoke, and that's how every area is getting polluted. So how can we reduce this environmental impact? That's why automobiles now, which were earlier used by fuel, so they were generating and running in fuel. Now we have electric cars, and this is how development takes place in every region, every sector. And then we have improved safety. They say in future, like now, many areas in many countries, when you're walking in the streets, no, pedestrians have a friendly and equitable way where they can walk freely. Like in many, populated cities in India, people are in hustle bustle. They are in rush to go to their workspace or go somewhere, meet their family and friends. And they don't see people walking on the road. And that's why people have taken survey and identify to reduce accidents with the pedestrians. And thereby they bring a lot of zebra crosses. And in foreign countries, like once when I visited, when I was crossing the road, the cars waited for me to go. Like in India, you don't expect cars to wait. You have to wait the cars to go. And that's how people have started being thinking. They are trying to invest on every type of infrastructure they can. Then we have transportation efficiency. Let's know how well can you be efficient, how well you can be effective. And that's why people come together to protect environment. This efficiency refers to you do a work in the proper time. You make it cost effective. You don't use a lot of resources, but yet you complete your goal. In an industry, there are a lot of employees. They have to do certain work. And how will they do it now? They need a group of people to guide them. And that's why people understand that this is the goal and what type of resources can be used, what type of actions are to be made. And then they understand, like, okay, this is how I'm going to get my goal. Then we have integrated transportation planning, noise reduction, air quality, and pollution control. We see now pollution is increasing in a lot of cities day by day. A lot of population in the country is increasing. Like the world's population has increased to 8 billion. Imagine, India now is ranked like the most populated country. So a lot of people use automobiles, vehicles, trucks, industries, railways. Everywhere pollution is getting generated. We must reduce this. And that's why a lot of company come together to do CSR activities. These CSR activities, like when you start your business, you want to make profit. But there are a lot of companies who want to help people, do social welfare. And that's why they donate. They do charity events. They help in education sector, provide healthcare facilities to each and every one of them. And then also, when you want to have a watch a movie, or have hang out with your friends, sometimes your parents don't allow you. And then this infrastructure is now built where you can sit at your home, watch movies with your friends. So this is why sustainability happens. You don't have to build a lot of movie theaters around, but you can sit at your home, still connect with your friends and watch a movie. Then let's go on to the next topic. Mixed use of development. This is a mixture. How is it prepared? A lot of things are used. Mixture of things now, like everything has some connection. Some variety of things are mixed to prepare a dal. Similarly, how they're using this development. They don't only use like one thing. They don't focus on land, water, or to do noise reduction. They somehow connect everything. They use everything together. The first point is variety uses of land. Now this is a land. I can build a building in here. I can grow agriculture. I can make a farm here. And this is how you can use the land again and again. Even if you construct a building, it's a chemical industry. Or this industry, you're doing dyeing or there's this packaging happening. In future, if the country or this company goes down, you stop the business. And the building is in no use. But we don't want that happening. And then what they do, the same building will be used again. So this designing is happening. Even if one thing goes wrong, you have this alternate option. This same building can be flipped. flip to do something else. Maybe it can be converted to a community kitchen, a area where people can come together, sit together, have a mindful time. Then we have vibrant urban centers. How we have a lot of centers for therapy sessions, counseling services, we have a lot of hospital centers. Similarly, vibrant urban centers are also being built. This is where people can understand of how urbanization works, how I can make my house sustainable. It's, AI, IoT, all of these things are coming in the future. Like, it's a digital era. So what they do now, you go to your home, you just have to say like, hey Siri, open the door, and the door opens. Like, hey Siri, turn off the blinds, and this is how things work. And now everybody wants this to happen in their house. Movie theater, done. Swimming pool, done. No, badminton court, done. Everything is in your house. This is how infrastructure development is improving. You don't have to build thousands of badminton courts, thousands of movie theaters. You can get the facility in your home, in your area. This is how they use variety uses of land. Then we have economic benefits, sense of place and identity. Like when pandemic came, we were doing remote learning. Imagine the companies were having profit. They don't have to pay rent, electricity bill, or lighting bills. This is how things work. When something wrong happens to you, you find a solution from it. You don't escape from the problem. And that's how people got an economic benefits, especially during the pandemic. You'll be wondering, you cannot meet your friends, you cannot meet your family members. But yet still, people were able to connect. People were able to do savings. And the next point is about historic prevention, historic preservation. A lot of antique items, a lot of things that's been built from years. You say, no, you go to a museum, you see a lot of cameras there, like from how like 1980s or 1990, 2000, and now you don't have to carry big cameras, big cameras now. Even your mobile phone has a lens in it, has this camera built in it. So you don't have to carry big cameras anymore. That's how things develop. You become sustainable. Every feature, then I say, I have to do stock marketing, I have to make documents, Excel sheets. People used to go to browsing centers. People wanted to buy computers in order to type documents because this facility was not in phone. You had button phones. Now, mobile phone has a variety of use. Documents done. YouTube, you need to gain knowledge. It's available. You have any doubt? Just you're one click away. Like Google helps you. And this is how people are, acknowledge that the future infrastructure is going to be developed. Exploitation of resources will be reduced. People will have a more comfortable life, more easy life. Then let's talk about resilient infrastructure. Now there's flood, there's an earthquake. How will you recover from it? Now infrastructure buildings are built in a way that they're resilient enough to save from floods, to save from this type of earthquake. The first one is mitigating natural resources. Like mitigating is nothing but reducing the severeness. You get a wound, okay? Now how will you reduce the severeness? You by applying the ointment? No. By your mother giving you candy. Are you getting leave from the school? That's how the severeness reduce. So here, like in the resilient infrastructure, how did they mitigate these natural disasters? There's rainwater harvesting. Everything is now built in different houses. Most of the area in India, they have rainwater system. So what they do is in future, when there's lack of water resources, you already have saved a ton amount of water in your home. People are learning how I can save resources for future. Then we have climate change adaptation. So to understand this better, let's look into this diagram. This urban heat island mitigation. As you can see in the between, the center of the chart, you have rural, suburban, and then suburban commercial. These are the like 4 stages in a city or in a state you find. You don't have everywhere urban area or whole country or whole city is not village. You have different sections. So here in the suburban residential, they say that buildings have solar panels built in them. And that's how you can regenerate resources, reduce the use of electricity. Then they say that in suburban region, you have a lot of trees, you lot of more plants, and that's how you can cool the climate. You can have good breathing. But you check up in the urban area where a lot of buildings are there, a lot of industries are there. Pollution happens more. Smoke is released from every type of aspect. So here what they do, buildings are constructed in a way that they can absorb heat. There are a lot of ventilators built in this building so that even if there's pollution, these ventilators will clear it, will purify it. And then this is how you see the level of rise in pollution. Like in rural area, it's very less because they have more trees and plants. Like in suburban, trees, buildings are balanced. But in urban area, you only have buildings. You don't have spaces for plants anymore. So what they do, build plants in the building. Build plants in the building. You've seen a lot of buildings nowadays have plants in them. A lot of companies every year they are implanting trees, building new trees. Let's then talk about public health considerations. This, by implanting plants, being sustainable, you can do a lot of things. And that's how public health was considered. Green spaces and parks, healthy food environments, improved public health. How can all of these things be done in one thing? You have a fever, you have a cold, you have a headache, or you feel that you're feeling abnormal. You don't want to go to the doctor, but you have this feeling in yourself that I want to have a checkup. Instead of going and visiting the doctor in your next city or traveling 2 kilometers also, sit at home, do telemedicine, video conference this doctor and ask him, Doctor, I am having this problem. Like, what do I do? Should I come and visit you? Doctor is like, wait, you tell me what are your symptoms. I'll prescribe you medicines. If there's a severeness, then you come and meet me. This is how people are able to get connected even from their homes. Hospitals, you can have the access from your home itself. Then community engagement and participation. A lot of we people are introverts. We cannot communicate. But when you're in an urban area, you have a lot of neighbors, you can talk to them. They'll guide you with a lot of things. And this is how you engage in the community. You do decision making, you take part in a lot of activities and understand things better. Sustainable and climate resilient design, energy efficiency, water management, green infrastructure. Everybody wants to live in an environment they have all uses of resources. They want greenery also, technology also. They want swimming pool also, a playground also. And that's how everywhere now you see everything is available easily. You don't have to run or go to another country to have that experience. Everything is involved or built in your country itself, your state itself. Then we have material selection and life cycle assessment to identify which of these spaces need development. They do a lot of services. They do survey where they identify like how a water cycle works. Like there's this process, no, they evaporate, condense, and then precipitation happens. Similarly, they identify how this place can be developed. And then they do this life cycle assessment where they assess like what is some innovations we can bring in this area, but it should be more sustainable. Now we can see some examples, real life examples where urbanization is taking place. You see, Ahmedabad river front development in Gujarat, they're transforming this Sabarmati riverfront to be waterfront, where you can do a lot of utilization from this riverfront. Then in Delhi, like it's a metropolitan city where they are revolutionizing this public transportation. Delhi has lot of pollution. You go outside, smog is there, smog plus fog. And that's why they had this alternative way of things. You know what they did? They brought this alternative way where odd cars will go in this days, even cars will go in these days. And that's how you reduce pollutions. Now we don't have to do alternative days anymore because we have this electronic vehicles. Later, who knows, we'll be flying around. This is how things are developing. Okay? Then we have Dharavi redevelopment project. Like you do something, it doesn't always work out. You have a failure. And that's how this Dharavi project, when it had a failure, it was redeveloped. What they did, they say that it's one of Asia's largest slums. Now it has become a focus of urban development. Now this slum is going to be converted in a sustainable manner, where a lot of plant trees will be there, you will have good scenarios, the landscapes are getting improved. This is how people nowadays want improvement happening in their life. They don't want to be in the pollutants, they don't want to be in the contaminations. Then we have Cochin Smart City. In Kerala, technology driven solutions are made. They say Like every year in Kerala, 10,000 patients have cancer and they cannot always go to hospitals. So what they do, they have used this telemedicine in Kerala where they identify what's the problem with this patient and the doctor, like in the video conference, take care of the patient. Then we have Chennai Flood Resilience Project. Like in 2015, Chennai had this flood. So they understood these floods are frequent in Chennai, frequent in this particular area. So they built this resilience project. Now, next time the flood comes, people will not be affected. There will be reduction and people's life can be saved. The final thing is smart. In India, the government of India has planned to transform 100 cities to be sustainable. 100 cities to have technological advancements. And that's why Indore, Ahmedabad are now converted sustainably and they are the cleanest. They have the proper dustbins, management. And you go to Indore, you don't see any type of garbage lying here and there. It's crystal clear, it's very clean. And that's why I conclude. Thank you, everyone.
Hello everyone, I'm Monica of grade 12B from Frontline William School. Today I'm here to present a review about the art and science of photography. So first, actually I like to take photos about capturing images and taking our memories and keep it in the safe files. And when we see our past photos in the present, it will be a very happy moments, right? Like when we see our childhood photos, it will be a very happy moments and we'll be getting very relaxed and there is no need of stress at all. And I say that I request all the parents to take photos of your child when their childhood days because it will be getting interested when they go into the seeing in the futures. Then before getting into the topic, first we should know about what is an art and what is a science. What is an art? Art is an expression of ideas, thinkings, emotions through a physical medium like painting, film, dance, photographies, and sculptures. And art is also called as a visual art because of visual elements. We are using of visual objects. And we are using it through self-expressions. We express through ourselves. Then it is there. We know that there are many languages like Tamil, Hindi, Malayalam, Telugu, and lots of languages. But we don't know that the photography is also a language. That is a visual communication language. You know that in this particular place, we'll be having a maximum of 10 languages. But here it is a photography is also one of the language you might have seen in the reality. Then next is about the science. What is about science? Science is learning of the natural world through observation and experimentation. It is both the process and the knowledge. We can say that the photography is a science through observations. And we'll have many purposes of science because the world is full of science. Without science, nothing is possible. Everywhere the science is included. Next, we can see about the photography. It is derived from a Greek word, photo meaning light and graph meaning to draw. It is rhetoric means drawing with light. Then it has many purposes and it tells lots of stories. Then it is of the next photography as a science and art. It bridges the world of science and art with a combination of two persons. One is an artist and this is a scientist. So the artist was searching for the visible world to capture in a beautiful manner. And the scientist was searching for a chemical process to fix a light in a flat surface. So sometimes the scientist and an artist will be coming in a remarkable way, right? So this is how the art and science was included in the photography. And when we speak about the photography, we speak about the compositions. That is the arrangement and the representatives of other elements and the main elements. So in composition, we have two areas like elements of art and the principles of design. Here the elements of art is about the tangible parts that can be seen and that can be touched. That is of the things that can be seen in that photography. Then the principles of design is of the intangible parts that can't be seen and that can't be touched. We can only feel it, like it is about the organizing ideas. So to understand the example of a composition, we can take an example of a sandwich. That is, you might have been seen in the advertisements, rather if you might not eat in the reality. For sure, you would be seen in the advertisements. So it is full of the elements and the organizing ideas. The elements is about the bread, meat, cheese, and vegetables. The elements used in that sandwich is considered of elements of art. Next, the principles of design. We know that the sandwich have many varieties. Like there is many particular varieties, and that particular item will be concentrating in only particular sandwich. You will not mix every varieties in the same sandwich. So we have to separate with organizing of ideas. We should plan. And the plating also matters a lot in the photography. That is, like, we should arrange it in a beautiful manner. It will be getting attracted by the peoples. If it's looking like a spoiled food, no one likes to eat, right? So this is how the principles of art works in the photography. So the elements of art and the principles of design combine together to form a good photography. Next, we'll got into the elements of art. It consists of line, shape, color, and texture. First, we can see about the line. It is very important in the photography. And the line takes us to areas, and it also makes us to more important to about depth, and it also creates depth. Next, it is very important in the photography and have many types like horizontal lines, vertical lines, curved lines, implied lines, and diverging lines. So to understand the importance of line, we can take an example of India map. So we know that the India map is divided using of lines. So if you need to draw the Tamil Nadu line in the map, then if you're going to draw that line in the Kerala or Karnataka, it will be leading to conflict. So this is how the importance of lines speaks in the photography too. Then is about the shape. Shape is a powerful tool for the photographies. And there are main 4 shapes. One is circle, triangle, square, and rectangle. So here the circle creates a feeling of harmony, and triangle creates a sensation of drama, and the square and rectangle creates a structure and the order. So we can be seen in that in the advertisements, because the advertisements are coming in the square or rectangle shapes, or maybe in the circles. So this is what about the shape. Next is about the color. Color is very important in the photography because it attracts the peoples. It is creating an attractive and the brightness and the shyness. Then for color is of 2 types. One is additive colors and then subtractive colors. Additive colors emit light and subtractive colors refract light. The main 3 colors are red, green, and blue. So these were about the color. Next is about the texture. Texture is about the visual quality of an image. It is looking like a real image. Rather, it is looking the 3D image. It is rather looking like the 2D image. It is looking very real and gives life to the images, or else it will be looking like a flat and unispring. Then, to understand the texture, you can take an example of a tree. So, if this is a tree, then when we go near a tree, then the cracks and the breaks will be visible. When we go far away the tree, then the minute cracks and the breaks will not be visible. So this is how the texture speaks in the photography. Next is about the principles of design. It is consists of pattern, balance, emphasize, timing, and viewpoint. First, we can see about the balance. The pattern is about the repetition of objects or colors or lines or shapes, whatever. The repetition speaks about the pattern. So there are some photographers use this pattern as their main subject, and there are some photographers use this pattern to enhance their own photograph. And to understand the photograph, we can take an example of a branch of a coconut trees and a Fibonacci series. And then we can see it in the patterns of the bridge. So if you're going to take a photo near a bridge, when you come aside the bridge, the pillars of the bridge will be visible. So it creates a pattern. This will enhance your photos. So that is how the pattern speaks in the photography. Next is about the balance. The balance is about giving equal weights for all elements, the main elements and the sub-elements. The balance is divided into three parts. One is symmetrical balance, asymmetrical balance, and radical balance. So symmetrical balance is about the mirror image. That is, if you're going to take a tree that is near a river, then the reflection of the tree will be visible in the river. So the photographer should take that main tree as well as the reflections. So it will enhance your photos. So this what about the symmetrical balance. Next is about asymmetrical balance, which is about the centered frame. That is, you have to place that particular photo in a center. Like we used to draw two mountains and one sun in the center of the two mountains in the childhood days, right? So if you're going to take that particular photo, then the two mountains and the suns also should be visible. No half sun and no half mountain. We should cover all the mountains and place everything in a center. Then about the radical balance, it is about the circular style of balance. Next is about the viewpoint. So viewpoints place for the viewer as well as the photographers. For the viewer, that particular photo should be viewed in a particular angle. If you're getting a secret code that is in a tilted manner, then the particular viewer, that is the receiver, should view that particular photo in that tilted manner, not in any other ways, because the photography tells a lot more than the one perspectives. It may vary from different perspectives. Then for the photographers should check each and every angles to take that particular photos. That is, he or she should check the front angle and the back angle and the side angle. All the angles should be taken and seen so that it be get impact in their original image. So this is what about the viewpoint. Next is about the timing. Timing speaks the success of the photographies. When everything, elements of art and principles of design and the science like light, lens, everything perfect in a unison, that perfect second should be a perfect shot. That perfect second is very difficult to get it because the photographers wait for that particular second. That is very hard. If you need to take a bird fly, then the photographers should wait for a longer time because the face of the birds should also be visible and the wings also should be visible, and then the backgrounds also should be correct and the light also should be good. So this perfect second should be matched in a perfect second, right? So that perfect second should be a perfect shot. That is what about the timing. Next, we'll see about the purpose of photography. It has many purposes because it is worth of 1,000 words and will be surely getting impact in our brain. When we see it visually, we'll get more impacted. But when we listen, we'll not get impact in our brain. Like now, who are all sitting here is getting impact only by seeing the PPTs, not by listening to me. That is right? And by telling a story, and it has many facts, and it also captures some moments which may be lost at many times, and it can be a document and it can be a history, and it also is easy to understand how we use that photographies. And it may vary from one person to others because it tells one story to one person and it will be telling to another story to another person. That is how the purpose of photography. And we also use it for the advertisements. The business persons use the advertisements to enhance their sales because in the advertisements, they make the original product in a more appealing way to attract the children as well as the parents and the grandparents as all the peoples. So the advertisements will attract and increase their sales. So these are the purpose of photography. Next, we'll get into the science. When I say the word science, what comes in your mind? Biology, physics, chemistry, right? Yeah, we are going to see about the physics and chemistry, but not about the biology. So here, the physics involves about the lens, image, sensors, and light sensitive materials. Then the chemistry involves the chemical process that is we used to develop in the olden days. Like we was using the negative rolls, which is a black color roll, which will have end of the holes in the end of that rolls, edge of the rolls. Then we used to develop it, and we can't take in a light sensitive places because it will be getting damaged. So we used to take that particular role in the dark room. So it have many effects, side effects to the persons who works working in that particular dark room. So we are so lucky to have this advanced technologies. Now that will have side effects, right? The chemical processes. We use shampoos and soaps and a lot of chemicals. So we need to get more impacted in that photographies. Due to technology, we are so lucky. Then it's about, we'll get into the physics, that is about the lens. Nowadays, we are not including the chemistry because we are not using the negative roles. So the lens is about capturing the light, how it controls the light. And when the light is passed on to the sensors, it controls and reflects the light onto the sensors where the image is recorded. And it also can make changes in the focal distance like magnification and minimizations, that is zooming in or zooming out. And lens is about the series of convex and concave lens. This series of convex and concave lens bind together and refract the light into a single sharp focal point. So there are many types of lens, like we have zoom lens, prime lens, and normal lens. That is also called as general lens. The prime lens is about totally opposite to the zoom lens because it have a fixed focal length. Next, the zoom lens is with the feature of zooming features. It is very convenient to use that zoom lens. Then the normal lens, it is a range of 35 to 50 millimeter. We can make adjustment with that particular range. Then we are going to see about the focus. To find the maximum resolution and the sharpness and the contrast for a particular image. And it is when we speak about the lens, we speak about the focus, what should be focused on. And there are types of foci, that is autofocus and manual focus. Due to advanced technology, we have many particular changes. So the technology has invented the autofocus itself. There is the camera can change itself for the need of the photos. Then the manual focus is about making changes by the persons or the photographers. That is what about the focus. Next is about the light. So when I speak the word light, it's very important in the our life too and the photography too. Because without light, we can't see anything, and the photographies, the camera also can't take anything. That is what the reality. So photography is science that involving capture images through lines. So without light, nothing is possible. Then we should capture that particular image with the use of light, right? The light waves should be correct. And it is very critical to understand how light is working. Like it can be observed or reflected or refracted. We can't predict it. And if it was also predicted, where it will be reflected or refracted, we can't predict it. That is very critical to understand. And to know that photographers' work is very difficult. And photography is also the light of an art that involves about it can change the mood and the tone of an image with the reducing of light. And we have two types of light, like natural light and artificial light. So natural light is about the sunlight and the moonlight, without human intervention. And we can't make changes according to our needs. That is only the particular thing. And the foggy day also creates a diffuse light that also have a many impact in their photographies. Then it is about the artificial light, which is have a not human intervention. And we can make changes according to our needs. There is no need of worry of predicting that the sunlight will be there or moonlight will be there. Like that, there is no worries. And with these two lights, there are many types of lights. They can create like wavelengths and butterfly lines. There are many lights. So we'll see that later. Next is about the post-processing. It is a technique or technology to enhance the original image. Either it is from cropping to sharpening. And it is from very polishes and make the image very enhanced and to get a good particular image. That is what about the post-processing. It is about editing things. And it is very important in the modern technology to edit it because we get attracted when we edit it, not the real image. And it is done when the photo is shooten in the raw. That is when we when the cameras can see in that raw files. That is what about the post processing. Next is about the development of photographies. The camera was invented in 1816s, and the first photography was taken in the year of 1826. There is a 10 years gap, so you know that. And the development of photography was from a plain box that took blur images. And it have developed that plain box into a high-tech mini computers and the smartphones we have today. That is how we use the photographers and the advancement of technology, advancement of science, all related to the photography. So these are the things that we get developed of the photography. So I conclude that the photography is of the skills, expressions, and it can also have a positive impact in their life. And the photo is a combination of art and science. And it tells a lot more than the human by observation, and it also have art and science in it. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I'm Vishnu Dharnika of grade 7B. I'm here to present the lecture on the topic the world's most famous landmarks. There are many landmarks in the world, but here I have presented only some of the landmarks. First, what are called landmarks? Landmarks are buildings that can be seen from a great distance and will help you to recognize where you are. Types of landmarks. There are three types of landmarks: cultural landmarks, natural landmarks, and man-made landmarks. There are only some cultural landmarks and natural landmarks, but there are many man-made landmarks. First one is Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal is an ivory marble building on the right side of the river Yamuna in Agra, Uttar Pradesh, India. It was built by Shah Jahan for his favorite wife Mumtaz. It is 73 meters high and 240 feet. The construction of the Taj Mahal started at 1632 and ended at 1648. It took 16 years to build. More than 22,000 of laborers and thousands of elephants were working to construct the building. The elephants carried out the heavy materials such as stone, brick, rock, cement, etc. The Taj Mahal appears in varying shades throughout the day. It is pink in the morning, milky in the evening, and golden at the night. It covers a very big area, that is for 17 hectares, 42 acres. The Taj Mahal cost 3.2 crores of rupees at that time. There are 22 sealed rooms in Taj Mahal. The decoration work continued until 1647. Next one is Eiffel Tower. The Eiffel Tower is located in France. It is the symbol of Paris. It is the tallest man-made structure until 1930. The tower once became yellow, and then every 7 years once they started painting the Eiffel Tower. It can be painted only by hand. The construction of the Eiffel Tower started at 1887 and ended at 1889. It took just 2 years to build. It was built for the 100th anniversary for the French language. It is 330 meters high and it covers 820 square feet. There is a secret room on the top. Next one is Leaning Tower of Pisa. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is located in Italy. It is leaning towards south for 40 degrees. While construction, it was leaning towards south for 20 degrees. After construction only, it leaned towards south for 40 degrees. 15 feet, 4.5 meter perpendicular. It consists of 296 stairs, but they allowed only 250 stairs to climb up. There's a beautiful view from the top. It is 57 meters high. It was built during the period of 1173 and 1372. It took 200 years to build. It was built over 800 years ago. It is made up of marble rock. There is a hollow cylindrical hole from the bottom to the top. Next one is the Great Wall of China. The Great Wall of China is located in China. It goes across China. It is 21,196.18 kilometers long. It covers thousands of miles. It was built over 2,000 years ago. The construction ended at 1878. It was continuously built from the 3rd century to the 17th century. More than 400,000 people died while constructing the building wall. Various materials were used to construct the wall. There are 19 walls in Great Wall of China, but some of them are no longer in existence. It is cultural landmark. Next one is Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty is located in New York in the United States. It is a term for a woman who holds a torch in her right hand and tablet in her left. The torch is covered with gold. It is 93 meters high. It shows the universality of freedom. It was built during the period of 1876 and 1884. The Statue of Liberty stood tall for nearly 145 years. The model of the Statue of Liberty was sold before the statue was done. Next one is Sydney Opera House. The Sydney Opera House is located in Australia. The biggest house which is located in Australia. It is famous for the 1 million roof tiles, that is seals and ceilings. Every week they conduct more than 40 game shows. It was built during the period of 1959 and 1973. It also consists of retail studio, restaurant, cafes, opera kitchen, etc. Next one is the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Great Pyramid of Giza is located in Egypt. The original height of the pyramid is 146.6 meters. The current height of the pyramid is 138.5 meters. It is made up of limestone, granite, and mortar. It consists of 3 large pyramids, that is Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure. The Great Pyramid of Giza is also known as Khufu or the Pyramid of Cheops. Khufu was built over 2600 BC. It is 138 meters high. Khafre was built over 2570 BC. It is 136 meters high. Menkaure was built over 2510 BC. It is just 62 meters high. It was owned by a king for nearly 1200 years. Next one is Easter Island Mole. The Easter Island Mole refers to the word statue. There are nearly 900 more statues in Easter Island. Minimum height is 13 feet tall and 7 feet wide. A small statue weighs minimum of 80 tons and maximum of 95 tons. And a big statue weighs minimum of 1 ton, 120 tons and maximum of 180 tons. People are not allowed to touch the more statues. If we touch one even comes with a fine of $17,000. Next one is the Golden Gate Bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge is located in United States. It is 1.6 kilometer long. It joins the strait between San Francisco and the Marion County. It was built during the period of 1933 and 1937. It is not golden. It is red and orange. It is 227.4 meters high. When the bridge opened, the drivers has to pay 50 cents to cross in either directions. In the year of 2008, if we want to go north side, they no need to have pay. Starting from 2014 April, If we want to cross in either directions, the drivers has to pay $5 or $6. If we get FASTag pass, we can go three times freely. The Golden Gate Bridge also. Next one is Machu Picchu. The Machu Picchu is located in Peru. It is 7,000 feet above sea level. It was built in 15th century. The construction of the Machu Picchu started at 1480 and ended at 1590. It took 110 years to build. It refers to the lost city of the Incas. It covers 395.9 kilometers. There are 2,000 different buildings in Machu Picchu. Probably they stay thousands of people for nearly 2 years. Next one is Big Ben. The Big Ben is located in London. The height of the Big Ben is 96 meters. It was built during the period of 1843 and 1859. It is famous for the clock, which is made up of hundreds of glass pieces. It consists of 11 floors and 400 stairs. Unfortunately, they kept a lift that can carry only 2 persons at a time. There are 5 chiming bells inside the Big Ben. Next one is Red Fort. The Red Fort is located in Delhi. It is also known as Shah Mahal. It was built during the period of 1636 and 1648. The original shape of the Red Fort is octagonal. The Red Fort can be visited in all days except Mondays. The Red Fort is wide, and the wall, which is surrounded for 25 kilometers, is made up of red sandstones, and it is 30 meters high. So it is named as Red Fort. It is famous. It is one of the famous landmarks in India. Next one is Kremlin. The Kremlin is located in Russia. It covers 30 hectares, that is 70 acres, and it is 125 meters long. It was built during the period of 1482 and 1495. It was a place where the Russian state was formed, and it reminds the people the issue of succession and the decision were taken in the ancient times. Next one is Stonehenge. The Stonehenge is located in England. The construction of the Stonehenge took 1,200 years. It was built by Neolithic people taught by connecting horizontal lintel stones. It was discovered in the 1620s by the Duke of Buckingham. A stone is 13 feet high and 7 feet wide. The minimum weight of the stone is 25 tons and maximum weight of the stone is 50 tons. Next one is Mysore Palace. The Mysore Palace is also known as Amba Vilas Palace, located in Mysore, Karnataka, India. It was built during the period of 1897 and 1912. It is center of the Mysore Palace, which faces the Chamundi. It covers more than Taj Mahal, that is 72 acres. It looks much prettier in the night when compared to the day. It is golden at the night. Next one is Brandenburg Gate. The Brandenburg Gate is located in Berlin, Germany. It was built during the period of 1788 and 1791 by Persian King Frederick William II. It is the national symbol of peace and unity. It is a restricted area which can be visited by only East Berliners, not by West people. Next one is Mount Fuji. The Mount Fuji is also known as Fujiyama or Fujinoyama. It is located in Japan. The tallest mountain which is located in Japan. It is 3,776 meter high. It is one of the three holy mountains, that is Mount Haku, and Mount Fuji. More than 200,000 people climb the Mount Fuji every year. The sunrise has a special name, that is Goreiko. The people start climbing the mountain at the night to reach the high point before the sunrise. There is an active volcano which is sighting only 100 kilometers away from the Japan and the largest city, Tokyo. It is the national park designated as UNESCO in the year of 2013. It is also inspired by artists, poets also. Conclusion. The International Landmarks and Monuments Day is also known as Heritage Day. And it is also the International Observance Day, which is held on 18 April from 1982. Each year around, many different activities such as visiting landmarks, monuments, etc. The landmarks are the history to know about our past. In ancient times, landmarks are also known as monuments. I thank the school management for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And once again, I thank the audience for lending your ears and spending your time. Thank
Greetings to one and all present here. My name is Manshi. Today I am going to talk about types and principles of insurance. Types and principles of insurance. I am going to start my topic with a small quote. Life is uncertain. Uncertainty is uncertain in everything. The next moment in our life going to be something peaceless or peaceful, which is unexpectedly happen in our life. Maybe something can happen to our life also, and the same thing is applicable for business too. The main and important noted thing is we have to be ready and prepare for everything which is happening in our life. Every business is exposed to different kind of risks such as fire, theft, accident, etc. Such kinds of risks are transferred to the shoulders of others, like insurance companies. Insurance companies compensate for the uncertainty. Insurance companies is a socialization of risk. Insurance is a contract. Let's see what is the meaning and definitions of insurance in brief. As I said before, insurance is a contract. It is a contract between two members, insurer and insured. The person insurer, the one who accepts to compensate the loss caused by the man-made factor or natural factor. Insurer, risk is insured. Insurer provide monetary coverage to the loss caused by the man-made factors or natural factors. Let's see the definition. Insurance is a plan by themselves which large number of people associate and transfer to the shoulders of all risks that attacks all individuals. This is the definitions of insurance which is given by John Woods. Next, we are going to talk about principles of insurance. We are going to see about principles of insurance in detail. Insurance contract was started to distribute risk among the group of people. Cooperation is the basic principle behind every insurance contract. The following principles are the various types of principles and various important types of principles. There are several types of principles of insurance. They are utmost good faith, insurable interest, indemnity, causa proxima, contribution, subrogation, and mitigation. Firstly, we are going to talk about utmost good faith. Utmost good faith. According to this contract, both the insurer and the insured should enter into the contract with utmost good faith. Insurer should provide all the regarding details toward the contract, and insured should provide all the information to the subjective matters of insurance contract. Both the insurer and insured should provide good faith towards each other regarding to the contract. Let's see the examples of utmost good faith. Mr. X has a heart patient. He hid this fact from LIC while taking a life policy. On his death due to heart attack, LIC refused to compensate his family because he hid that fact he had heart issue while taking a life policy. Next, we are going to talk about insurable interest. Insurable interest means pecuniary interest in the subjective matters of insurance contract. Insured must take an insurable interest in the preservation of life being and the preservation of a thing. Let's see the examples of an insurable interest. A businessman have a stock of goods and insurable on the stock of goods. Let's see what is meant by indemnity. Indemnity means security or compensation against loss or damages. According to this principle, the insured must compensate the insurer only the loss caused to the subjective interest of contract for according to the amount equivalent to the actual loss and not the amount exceeding to the actual loss. This principle ensures that the insurer does not make any profit out of insurance companies. For example, a businessman get his factor insured for 5 lakh. Some of the goods are get damaged and the insurance company is liable to compensate the insurer. However, the maximum compensation will be 5 lakh even though the loss is less than or higher than the 5 lakh. Let's see what is meant by causa proxima. Causa proxima is a Greek term which means the nearest cause. According to this principle, when the loss is a result of 2 or more causes, that means most direct and most dominant and most effective cause take under consideration by the insurance companies. Insurance company is not liable to compensate the remote causes. For example, where fire is the most proximate cause of loss, but there is no fire and goods are destroyed due to excessive heat. Now, the insurance company is not liable to compensate the insurer. Let's see what is meant by contribution. Contribution. When the same subject matters may be insured by more than 2 or more people, then it is known as double insurance. In such cases, the insurer should be compensated by the amount equivalent to the actual loss. In such cases, both the insurer should share the loss in the equal or in a vary ratio. Or the insured can choose their own compensator for compensate their insurance for loss caused by the risk. For example, a businessman get his factor insured for 10 lakh with insurer A and insurer B. If a factor get destroyed for 1,50,000, thus 1,50,000, the insurer A and insurer B will be compensate the loss caused by the risk in the ratio of 2:1. Like insurer A will be provide 1 lakh and insurer B will be provide 50,000. Let's see what is meant by subrogation. Subrogation. Subrogation means stepping the shoes on others. According to this principle, once if the insurer has been compensated by the insurer, the subjective matters of insurance contract would be transferred to the insurance companies. In other words, the ownership rights of the insurance companies or the subjective matters of insurance would be taken to the insurance company. For example, Mr. B gets his motor car insured. Some of the car parts are get damaged due to a heavy accident. The loss caused by the accident has been compensated by the insurance companies. Now, the damaged car part should be taken by the insurance company because the insurer does not make any profit out of insurance companies by selling the damaged car parts to the outside sellers. Let's say what is mitigation. Mitigation. According to this contract, the insurer must take all the possible steps to mitigate or reduce the loss that going to cause to the subjective matters of insurance contract. This principle ensures that the insurer does not neglect the safety of the property after applying for a life policy or a policy insurance. If the appropriate steps are not taken to save the property, then the full compensation amount will not receive by the insurer. For example, where the businessman gets his factor insured for fire and theft, the insurer must take all the possible steps to mitigate and reduce. Now we have seen what is maybe principles of insurance. Now we are going to talk about what is maybe types of insurance. Types of insurance. There are various types of insurance and types of insurance covers several types of risk also. There are 2 types of insurance, namely life insurance and non-life insurance. Life insurance is also called as life assurance and non-life insurance is also called as general insurance. Non-life insurance is further classified as fire insurance, marine insurance, cargo insurance, cattle insurance, health insurance, crop insurance, sport insurance, and theft insurance. Now we are going to talk about general insurance. These are the insurance which is coming under and acting before after the general insurance. Fire insurance, motor insurance, commercial insurance, pet insurance, and etc. Next, we are going to talk about life insurance. Life insurance is a very important insurance. Everyone should take life insurance because, as I said before, the next moment in our life going to be something peaceless or peaceful, which is unexpectedly happen in our life. To overcome the tragic event, insurance companies come in. It provides a safety sum of amount to our family members to ensure that our family members are protected and safe by financially. Insurance companies covers the expenses, liabilities, debts we have in their living. Life insurance will help us even after our death. By providing a safety sum of amount to our family members, life insurance will help our family and educate our children also. Let's see the factor which are affecting life insurance premium and cost. Factor which is affecting premium and cost are age, gender, health, tobacco consumption, driving records, family medical issues, and lifestyle. Next, we are going to talk about the various types of life insurance. There are several types of life insurance, namely whole life policy insurance, endowment policy insurance, JLP, that is joint life policy insurance, annuity policy insurance, and children's endowment policy insurance. Now we are going to talk about whole life policy insurance. According to this principle, the premium is paid only after the death of the assured for some beneficiaries or higher and deceased. The premium is payable for a death of the assured or till the death or the whole life of the assured. If the premium is payable for a whole life of the assured, the life or policy will be continued till the death of the assured. Let's say what is meant by endowment policy assurance. According to this principle, the insurer undertakes to compensate the insurer and a specific sum of amount after attainment of particular age on the death of the assured, whichever is earlier. In case of death of the assured before he attains a certain age, the policy money or legal money will be given to the legal nominee or legal heir. Otherwise, the insured money will be given to the insurer after attainment of certain age. This shows that endowment policy assurance have a limited number of maturity period. Next, we are going to talk about joint life policy. Joint life policy is taken up jointly on lives of two or more persons is known as joint life policy. On the death of any one person in joint life policy, the insured sum or policy money will be given to the other survivor or other survivors. The premium is payable in a jointly or by the either one of them in a lump sum. Next, we are going to talk about annuity policy. The insured sum or policy money is payable in a monthly installment and an annual installment. After attainment of certain age, the insurer will be get a certain period of insurable contract. Whether the premium is payable for a fixed period of time or whether the premium is payable for a monthly installment at a certain age. This policy is mostly preferred to those who prefer regular income. Next, we are going to talk about children's endowment policy. Funds for education. Children's endowment policy is taken to fund for the education or marriage of the children. According to this policy, for example, Jeevan Anurag policy. According to this policy, the policy money or insured sum will be payable to the insurer only after the attainment of certain age. Only after the attainment of the children growing to the adult age. The premium is no payable after he or she dies before the maturity period. Now we have seen what is meant by life insurance. Now we are going to see about what is meant by non-life insurance. Non-life insurance. Non-life insurance is types of insurance that covers risks that those who are not related to human life. Non-life insurance is also called as general insurance. Non-life insurance covers and encompasses a wide range of products that protect individual, businessmen, and organizations from various types of potential risk. Non-life insurance operates the businessmen, individuals, and organizations to operate the economy with more confidence that they knowing that they have financially protected for the unforeseen events. Non-life insurance protect businessmen, educational persons, and individual organizations. Non-life insurance contributes to the sustainability of the various sectors, mitigating the risk and resiliences. Now we have seen what is the introductions of non-life insurance. As I said before, there are several types of non-life insurance, namely fire insurance, theft insurance, sport insurance, cargo insurance, and health insurance, cattle insurance, and crop insurance. From those insurance, we are going to talk about marine insurance. Marine insurance. Marine insurance and marine peril causes can cause collision of ship with fire, rock. Ship may be attacked by the enemies. Through marine insurance policy, insurer undertake to compensate the owner of the ship or owner of the cargo for a partial loss at sea or a complete loss at sea. There are several types of insurance act like for the ship and cargo and non-payment of freight. Let's see the essential elements of marine insurance policy. The insurer undertake to the insurance is based on contract of indemnity, and the contract is based on the principles of utmost good faith, and the insurable interest should be exist in the time of loss, and the proximate cause of loss should be applied for marine losses only. Let's see the essential, let's see that various types of marine insurance policy. There are various types of marine insurance policy, and mainly three are there. They are hull insurance, cargo insurance, and fire insurance. Firstly, we're going to talk about hull insurance. When a ship is insured against many kinds of dangers, then it is known as hull insurance. Hull insurance is also called as hull marine insurance and ship marine insurance. Hull insurance is taken to indemnify the owner of the ship for the partial loss at sea or the complete loss at sea. Next, we are going to talk about cargo insurance. When a marine insurance policy is taken by the owner of the ship for compensated for the loss caused to the cargo for the during voyage, then it is known as cargo insurance. The cargo insurance covers typically various types of risks such as risk of theft and goods lost during the voyage and etc. Next, we are going to see about freight insurance. When a marine insurance policy is taken against guard against non-recovery of freight, it is known as freight insurance. Shipping company is mainly interested in freight insurance. Arrival on the goods of arrival of goods, and shipping companies are mainly interested in the freight insurance. If the goods are lost during the transit, they will not get the freight. To ensure the freight, they will get freight insurance policy. We have seen what is non-life insurance and what is the meaning of what is the meaning of marine insurance and types of marine insurance. The next topic we are going to see about fire insurance. This is how the fire insurance works. According to insurance companies to liable to compensate the loss caused by the risk or any man-made factor or any natural disaster. But in fire insurance policy, the insurance company is liable to compensate the loss caused by the risk only. So loss caused by risk only which is caused by the fire. The subjective matters of insurance contract would be damaged by the fire only. If the calamities or the claim for the loss must be satisfied by the actual loss to the risk, and the fire accident should be an accidental one and it should not be an intentional one. Let's see the essential elements of fire insurance. The essential elements of fire insurance is more similarities to the marine insurance. But in the marine insurance, there are only the liberal corrections, but they have very strict corrections. The insurable interest should exist in the loss of time, and the principles of insurance and the principles of good faith towards exist in the loss of time. And this contract is based on the strict indemnity, and the fire must be the proximate cause of loss. We have seen what is fire insurance. Next, we are going to see about what is by health insurance. Health insurance is very important insurance. Everyone should take health insurance because, as I said before, the next moment in our life is going to be something peaceless or peaceful, which is unexpectedly happen in our life. Maybe something can happen to our life, and maybe something can happen to our children's lives also. Everyone should take health insurance. Health insurance is a contract between insurer and the individual and the group of individual. Insurer agrees to provide a specific health insurance for a specific sum of amount. Health insurance is taken to guard against non-recovery of fright. Health insurance is taken. Health insurance provides to the health expenditures. Let's see what is the benefits of long-term health insurance policy. The benefits of long-term health insurance policy are medical, form, patients, money, preventions of doctor bills, and protection and benefits on health insurance. Let's see what are the various types of health insurance. There are mainly three various types of insurance, namely individual medical insurance, family floater policy, and unit link health plans. These are the main policy which are under health insurance policy. Individual medical line covers hospitalization expenses for the individual up to the assured limit. We have seen what is meant by individual medical line. Now we are going to see about what is meant by family floater policy. Family floater policy covers hospitalization expenses for the entire family up to the sum assured limit. Let's see what is meant by unit linked health policy. Unit linked health policy combines with the investment and payback to the end of the terms. We have seen what is meant by non-life insurance. Non-life insurance is the types of insurance which covers risks that those who are not related to human life. This is the introduction of non-life insurance. And we have seen what are the various types of insurance. We have seen what marine insurance, fire insurance, and health insurance. We have in marine insurance, we have seen what are the types of insurance. They are hull insurance, cargo insurance, and freight insurance. In fire insurance, we have seen the essential part in the fire insurance. In health insurance, we have seen what are the types of health insurance. Additionally, we are going to talk about IRDAI. IRDAI means Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India. Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India is a statutory regulatory apex body that governs, regulates, and supervises the insurance industry of India. IRDAI, that is Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India, constituted in the year 2002 by the Parliament India Act and called IRDA Act 1999 in India. Presently, IRDA headquarters is located in the Hyderabad. We have seen what is meant by IRDA, and additionally, IRDA is a fulfilled one, and everyone should know and aware of IRDA. Let's see the organizational setup of IRDA. One chairman should be experienced for 5 years. He should be more than 60 years old, and 5 whole-time workers. And not should be 5 years of workers, and maximum should be 62 years older. 4 part-time workers, not more than 5 years of worker timing. The chairmen and the members of IRDA should be appointed by the government workers. Let's see the objectives of the IRDA. That is to promote the interest and the rights of the policy holders. IRDA promotes to the insurers the growth of insurer and industry. IRDA ensures speed settlement of genuine claims. Let's see what are the other objectives of IRDA. Prevent fraud and malpractice, and IRDA bring the transparency that orderly cover in market and dealing with the insurance. We have seen what are the types of insurance. We have seen what are the types of insurance and what is the meaning of insurance, and what is the marine insurance, what is fire insurance, and what is theft insurance. Now we are going to see about summary which we have already seen. We have seen what is insurance, and what is principles of insurance, and what is types of insurance, and fire insurance, health insurance, and IRDA we have already seen. I'm like to say that something to you, that utmost good faith is the most favorable and most important one for everyone, because the insurer must undertake to compensate the loss caused by the risk in an equal or a vary ratio, like 1:1. Utmost good faith. Both the insurers should enter into the contract with utmost good faith. Insurer provide all the details regarding to the contract, and insured should provide all the information regarding to the subjective matters of insurance contract. Then we are going to see about what is meant by mitigation. Mitigation means the loss and damages that caused by the factor owner is not the mitigation. The property should be saved by the insurer. For example, the insurer must take a insurer must take a car, and he should prevent all the risk from all the dangers that were occurring to the car accident. And concluding my speech by saying that taking insurance is not bad, but taking insurance without knowing the principles of insurance is very bad. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I'm Adishri of grade 11B from the Frontline Academy, Matriculation Higher Secondary School, Tirupur. I'm glad to stand before you to present my lecture on the topic of the epic war of Rajendra Chola, the Chola Emperor. So let's dive right in and learn about the remarkable history figures of Rajendra Chola. So, these are the contents we're gonna see today. Introduction of Rajendra Chola, background of Rajendra Chola, context of Rajendra Chola, rise of Chola Emperor, Rajendra Chola's military expansion, conquest of eastern coast, invasion of Sri Lanka, clash of titans, it is also known as clash of Mauryas, Battle of Koppam, Battle of Kandalur Salai, Rajendra Chola's diplomatic strategy, conquest of Anuradhapura, capture of Polonnaruwa, consolidation of Chola Emperor, legacy of Rajendra Chola, and the conclusion. So, let's begin with who exactly was Rajendra Chola? Well, he is widely regarded as one of the most significant ruler in early 11th century of South Asia. Why you ask, right? Because he excelled in various aspects such as patronizing the arts, fostering trades, engaging in influential diplomacy, leading military conquest, and expanding the Chola Empire to the greatest extent. Rajendra Chola's administration was truly extraordinary. He not only supported and promoted the arts, he also encouraged the vibrant trade within his region. His diplomatic skills were exceptional, making a significant impact on the political landscape of his time. Moreover, he led his troops to the numerous military victories, which helps in the expansion of the mighty Chola Emperor. So, it is fascinating to delve into the epic war fought by Rajendra Chola. This war showcased the strategic brilliance and the military conquest. By exploring the details of this war, we can gain a deeper understanding of the remarkable achievements and the legacy of the great ruler. So, buckle up and get ready to embark on a captivating journey with the epic war fought by Rajendra Chola. So, this is the picture of Rajendra Chola who ruled the Chola dynasty from 1014 to 1044 CE. Now, let's move to the background of Rajendra Chola. Rajendra Chola is also known as Rajendra the Great, Gangaikonda Cholan, and Kadaram Kondan. Was an emperor who ruled the Chola dynasty from 1014 to 1044 CE. Rajendra Chola was born in Tanjavur and was the son of Rajaraja I and Tirupuvana Madeviyar. The Rajendra Chola had three children, Rajendra II, Rajadi Raja I, and Veera Rajendra Chola. Now let's dig deeper into the background of the great ruler. Rajendra Chola earned several titles due to the significant achievements and the contribution to the Chola dynasty. He earned Rajendra the Great for his extraordinary leadership skill, Gangaikonda Cholapuram for his conquest led by the Gangaikonda Cholapuram city, and the Kadaram Kondan for his successful expedition in Kadaram, that is the modern day in Malaysia. Born in a vibrant city of Tanjavur, Rajendra Chola grew up under the guidance of his parents, Rajaraja I and Tirupuvana Madeviyar. Their influence and teaching plays a significant role in shaping his character and leadership skill. Rajendra Chola, in turn, passed down his legacy to his three children, Rajendra II, Rajadi Raja I, and Veera Rajendra Chola. Now let's move to the context of Rajendra Chola's conquest. In 1017 CE, Rajendra embarked on a major invasion of Kingdom of Polonnaruwa in the south. The Chola Emperor launched the raids from Rajaratha into Rohana, marking their southward expansion. By Rajendra's fifth year of administration, he proudly declared that he had conquered the entire island. Now imagine this, that Rajendra Chola forcing his militaries into battles, making his way through its land, facing challenges, and ultimately emerging victorious. The, these conquests lead Rajendra to capture the entire island and showcasing his strategic and strength and the dominancy of the Chola dynasty. Picture of Rajaraja I, who is the father of Rajendra Chola. He ruled Rajaraja Chola ruled the kingdom ruled the Chola dynasty from 995 CE to 1014 CE. He is one of the prominent ruler in the Chola dynasty. Now let's move to the rise of Chola Emperor. The Cholas, a powerful dynasty in South India, are said to have overthrown the Pallavas and establishing their prominence in 9th century. They went on conquering the neighbor lands such as Sri Lanka, Polonnaruwa, and etc. The Chola dynasty was established in 300 BCE and they raised the medieval Cholas in 848 CE, and the Chola Emperor touched its greatest extent in 1030 CE. The rise of Chola Emperor gives an captivating tales of conquest, expansion, and parts. By showcasing the strategic, we can conclude that Chola is the greatest ruler. This is the picture of rise of Chola Emperor when they started rising in the Tanjavur. Next, we're gonna see let's delve into the military expansion of the Cholas. Between 993 CE to 1017 CE, they went on invasion of Sri Lanka. Rajaraja Chola I launched this invasion for marking their significant achievements in their history. So, the Cholas did not stop there. In 1018 to 1019, they went on capturing Chera kingdom and the Pandyas kingdom, for further expanding their dominance. In 1019 CE, they set the sight on Kalinga and they conquered the Kalinga kingdom well. And after this, a noteworthy battle took place in 1020. It is known as the Battle of Musangi. So this is the great picture of the Chola military. Now let's move to the conquest of eastern coast. According to V. Selvakumar, the Department of Maritime History and Marine Archaeology at Tamil University, Tanjavur. They said that Chola had an abundant resources to construct the ships for the long sea voyages, and they attract the warriors and the seamen from the various regions to their navy, which grows into the permanent forces into the Indian Ocean region. This picture shows the great powerful Chola navy. We know that there is no technology in that lineage period, but Chola had constructed the ship with his manpower of this ruler. Next, we can see the invasion of Sri Lanka. Do you all know that Chola had conquered, Chola had hold strongly the northern Sri Lanka for about 3/4 of the century, from roughly 993 CE to 1017 CE. Rajaraja I started this invasion in 993 CE, and Rajaraja I and his son Rajendra Chola both were extending their military campaigns for conquering more in Sri Lanka. So this picture clearly shows that the conquest of Sri Lanka. Now let's move to the Clash of Titans. I already mentioned that Clash of Titans is also known as a Clash of Mauryas. The Chola ruled for 600 years and the Mauryas ruled from the whole country from Afghanistan to Sri Lanka for 550 years, and Satavahanas ruled for 500 years, and we should not forget about the Guptas, right? And the Guptas ruled for 400 years. It is cool and awesome, inspiring, right? From this slide, we can conclude that the Chola dynasty ruled for the highest period. This is the picture of Mauryan soldiers, and it is not powerful like the Chola military, right? Now we move to the Battle of Koppam. The Battle of Koppam was fought between the medieval Chola period king Rajaraja Chola and Rajendra Chola II, who were the son of Rajendra Chola I, with Chalukya King I in 1054 CE or maybe in 1052 CE according to Sen. According to Sen. This is the Battle of Koppam. As I said it before, this battle was fought by Rajendra Chola's two children, Rajadi Raja Chola and Rajendra Chola II. This picture clearly shows that the face of Rajendra Chola II. Now let's move to the Battle of Kandalur Salai. The Battle of Kandalur Salai is also spelled as Kantalur Salai. Kantalur Salai. It is an naval engagement that took place in around 88 CE. It involves the Chola kings, the Rajaraja I, who took place against the Salai in the Kandalur Salai in Thiruvananthapuram of Kerala. We don't know the exact location where the battle was fought, but the approximate location of this battle is Thiruvananthapuram of Kerala. This picture clearly shows that the powerful naval of the Chola dynasty. Next, we can move to the diplomatic strategy. First, he take absolute despotism of the monarchy, mandalas and mudalis at the provincial level, autonomous assemblies in the district, autonomous village assemblies in the agrahars. Now we can discuss about absolute despotism of the monarchy. We know that all the kings have all the powers in their hand. They will not mess around it. But they can't come in all aspects, right? So they have a helping hands called mandalas and mudalis at the provincial level. They were their right hand men and they make sure that the things run smoothly. Next, we can see the autonomous assemblies in the district. In the district, we can say that the sum of the peoples were making this autonomous assemblies, which has a little which is also known as a mini democracy. Next, we can see the autonomous village assemblies in agrahars. Agrahars means where the place where all the peoples were staying. The areas is known as agrahars. This agrahar is the word from the Brahmin word. It is like each village had its own autonomous assemblies discussing about their local matters and the stuffs. So I already said that Rajendra Chola had different strategy on him. He ruled his kingdom with his different strategy and take care of his kingdom well. So let's move to the conquest of Anuradhapura. The kingdom Anuradhapura was conquered by the Cholas military. The Anuradha, it is the biggest battle between the Chola kingdom and the kingdom of Anuradhapuram. it is a largest Rajaraja I sent a largest Chola navy to conquest the kingdom and observe into a Chola emperor. So this is the picture of conquest of Anuradhapura. Next, we can move to the capture of Polonnaruwa. The Polonnaruwa, after 1017 AD, the Chola rule, the entire island came to an end, and the Polonnaruwa was captured by the Vijaybahu. The Vijaybahu is also known as Vijaybahu the Great because he captured the Polonnaruwa. Vijaybahu started from the southern part of Valavi River, and he sent three different armies to conquer the Polonnaruwa from three different sides. Do you all understand it? So, this is the picture after capturing the Polonnaruwa by the Vijaybahu. Then we can see the consolidation of Chola Emperor. The most powerful kings of the Chola dynasty is the Rajaraja Chola I, who ruled the Chola dynasty from 985 to 1014 CE. And another king also is there, Rajendra Chola, who ruled the Chola dynasty from 1012 to 1014 CE. Thanks to them because they ruled and expanded their wings to the Sri Lanka, the Maldives, and the eastern part of the Lakshadweep and the western part of the Malay Peninsula. They were like conquering the entire world because they have no limitation. So the Chola kingdom conquered these states like Kanjipuram, Tanjavur, Madurai, Polonnaruwa, and full Sri Lanka and the half of the Kerala too. Then we can pass to the legacy of Rajendra Chola. Rajendra Chola is a great constructor who constructed the many sculptures and architectures while he is in the administration. He built Gangekonda Cholapuram for showcasing his victories over the Pala dynasty. The Gangekonda Cholapuram is also known as the city of the conqueror of Ganga river and the town of one who defeated the king near the Ganga. This is the clear picture of the Gangekonda Cholapuram city. Can you all see this? Now, this is the last topic, the conclusion of Rajendra Chola. The Chola kings were supreme in all the matters to the greatest extent. The power of administration was decentralized during the Chola period. The Cholas got the taxes from the people for focusing the development of the entire state and the local areas. The Chola period came to an end in 1279. We can recall all the topics what we have seen from starting to finish. We started from who is Rajendra Chola and what is the background of Rajendra Chola, what is the context of Rajendra Chola, how the Chola dynasty was raised, and how the military expansion of the Chola emperor went down, and the clash of titans and the battle of Koppam. We saw the battle of Kannalur Salai. Rajendra Chola's diplomatic strategy. See, he have a different strategy for ruling his kingdom with more careful and caring manner. Next, we can see the conquest of Anuradhapura, then capture of Polonnaruwa, then consolidation of Rajendra Chola, then legacy of Rajendra Chola. Then we came to an end. So that's it. Thank you all for spending your leisure time with my lecture. Thank you very much.
Good morning to one and all present here. I am Nikesh. I am a student of grade 9 at the Frontline Academy Matriculation Higher Secondary School. Today, Today I'm delighted Today I'm delighted to have opportunity to speak about a visionary topic that holds tremendous potential for the India, electrifying India, a vision for the future. As world progresses towards more sustainable and clean energy for future, as one of the fastest growing and the second most populous country to embrace the electrification revolution. In this lecture, we will delve deeper. In this lecture, we will delve deeper into the significance, challenges, and potential solutions, including electrifying India, with a focus on creating sustainable and inclusive ecosystem for all. Let me see about importance of electricity. Importance of electricity divided into two parts. One is economic growth and development, and another one is environmental sustainability. First, let me see about economic growth and development. Do you know what's mean by economic growth and development? Now I'll explain you. Economic economic growth and development. Electrifications plays a pivot role in driving economic growth. Access to reliable and affordable electricity enables the growth of industries, support entrepreneurial activities, and enhance productivity. We will explore how electrification can act as a catalyst for economic growth. Development in India, electrification plays a pivot role in the driving economic system. Access to reliable and affordable electricity enables the growth of industries support entrepreneurial activities, and enhance productivity. We will explore how electrification can act as a catalyst for economic development in India. Next, we will see about environmental sustainability. Do you know what's meant by environmental sustainability? I'll explain you. The transition to electrification is crucial for mitigating climate changes and reducing reliances on fossil fuels. And we will discuss the importance of promoting clean and renewable energy sources, how electrification can contribute the reducing population and improving public health. Transition electrician crucial mitigating climate change and reducing the reliance of fossil fuels. We will discuss the importance of promoting clean and renewable energy sources, that how can electrification can contribute to reducing population and improving public health. Then we will see the challenges to electrification that are divided into three parts. One is energy infrastructure, affordability, and accessibility. Third is renewable energy integration. First, let me see about energy infrastructure. Do you know what is infrastructure? I will explain you. The existing energy infrastructure in India, I faces numerous challenges. We will examine the issues of insufficient grid coverage and poor electricity distribution and needed address rural electrification and last milli connectivity. Additionally, we will explore the problems associated with aging infrastructure and transmission losses. The existing energy infrastructure in India faces numerous challenges. We will examine the issues of insufficient grid coverage and poor electricity distribution, and need that addresses rural electrification and last milli connectivity. Additionally, we will explore the problems associated with aging infrastructure and transmission losses. Next, we will see about affordability, same time and the accessibility. Do you know what's meant by affordability and accessibility? I will explain you. Ensuring affordable and accessible electricity for all segment of society in crucial. We, we will discuss the challenge related to electrification, affordability, energy poverty, and the need of enhance access in the remote areas. Furthermore, we will explore how electrification can promote inclusive growth and bridge the urban or rural divided, ensuring the affordable and accessible for all segments of society in crucial. We will discuss the challenges that related to electricity affordability, energy poverty, and the need of enhanced access in the remote areas. Furthermore, Furthermore, we will explore how electrification can promote inclusive growth and bridge the urban and rural area divide. Urban and rural areas connectivity is so low. So because of electricity connection, it's so less. Let me go next slide. Next slide is renewable energy integration. Do you know what's in by renewable energy integration? I'll explain you. To achieve a sustainable energy ecosystem, India must scale up its renewable energy generation capacity. We will delve into the challenges associated with integration renewable energy source into the grid and addressing intermittency issue and maintaining the grid stability. The discussion will also cover the balance between centralized and decentralized power generation. Centralized and decentralized is used for balance and generate the power. And to achieve the sustainable energy ecosystem, India must scale up its renewable energy generation capacity. We will delve into the challenges associated with integrating renewable energy sources into the grid and addressing intermittency issues and maintaining grid stability. In this discussion, also cover the balance of centralized and decentralized power generation. It covers balance and generate power. Let me see now the solution of electrification. In this picture, we can see wind energy, solar energy, hydro energy, gas energy, nuclear energy, oil energy, coal energy, and this all this wind energy, solar energy, hydro energy, gas energy, oil energy, nuclear energy, and coal energy. These all type of energies uses for the human beings in their daily life. Now I'm going to teach you solution of electrification that are divided into three parts: policy and regulator framework, infrastructure development, innovative financing models, and skilling and capacity building. First, let me see about policy and regulator framework. The robust policy and regulator framework is essential for successful electrification. We will examine the importance of setting clear and ambitious targets, encouraging private sector participation and investment, and promoting favorable policies for renewable energy adaptance. Robust policy and regulatory framework, it is essential for successful electrification. We will examine the importance of setting clear and ambitious targets, encouraging private sector participants and investment, and promoting favorable policies that are for renewable energy adoptions. Next, we are going to see about infrastructure development. Do you know what's in by infrastructure development? I'll explain you now. Strengthening and modernizing is the great and critical aspect of electrification. We will discuss the need for infrastructure development, including expanding development energy capacity and implementing smart grid technology, and investing in storage solution. Strengthening and modernizing is the aspect of electricity grid and in crucial electrification. We will discuss the need for infrastructure development, including expanding renewable energy capacity and implementing smart grid technologies and investing in energy storage solutions. Next, we are going to see about innovative financing models. Do you know what's in by innovative financing model? I'll teach you now. Electrification project requires significant investment. For the electrification projects, innovative financing models are used for electrification project. We will explore innovative financing model that can mobilize public and private investment, including exploring partnership and funding both 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 domestically and internationally. The discussion include examples of microgrids and community owned projects. Electricity project requires significant investment. We will explore innovative financing model that can mobilize public and private sector. Public and private sector is investments are used for electrification projects, including exploring partnership and funding. Both opportunities, both domestically and internationally, have electrification projects. The discussion will include the examples of microgrids and examples of microgrids and community owned projects. Next, we are going to see about skilling same time as capacity buildings. Do you know what's skilling and the capacity building? I'll explain now. To support electrification vision, a skilled workforce is needed. We will discuss the importance of skilling and capacity building innovators, including training program for technicians and engineers renewable technologies. Additionally, we will explore the significance of creating an awareness and promoting energy conservation practices to support electrification vision. Skilled forces are needed. We will discuss the importance of skilling and capacity building in innovators, including training for the technicians and the engineers in renewable technologies. Additionally, we will explore significance and creating awareness for the electrifying India and promoting energy conservation practices. Before the conclusion, I'm going to say a story. I'm going to say a story. In the ancient time, there was no electricity, but in the morning, all will work, and 6 o'clock, all will sleep. What is the reason? The reason is there was no electricity, and anyone did not find. One day, the Thomson finds the electricity. After finding the electricity, all did the work until 9 o'clock. Because of the electricity, there's no light. There's no light and no electricity, no light and no supplies for the light. Supplies for the light. And after electricity invented, there all the peoples were happy. After the finding electricity, all the human beings uses this electricity. In the human being electricity, it is importantly used in daily life. Used in daily life. It is essential in the human being daily life. Now we can going to see about conclude. Now I conclude. Electrifying India is not only necessity but also remarkable opportunity to shape sustainable, inclusive, and purposeless future for the country by overcoming the challenges and the implementing proposal solutions. India can India can ensure universal access to electricity, reduce greenhouse gases emissions, stimulate economic growth, and improve the quality of all its citizens. Electrifying India is not only necessity but also remarkable opportunity to shape sustainable, inclusive, and purposes future of for the country. By overcoming the challenges and implementing the proposed solutions, India can ensure universal access to electricity, reduce greenhouse gases and emissions, stimulate economic growth, and improve the quality of life for all its citizens. Let us embrace the vision of the electrified India. Electrified India. Do you know? Do you know the electrification in India when they started? The electrification in India, they started before 5 years. 5 years. Electricity is useful to all the human beings in their daily lifetime. And centralized and decentralized is used for power and balanced and generate the power. And economic growth is it's used for driving electrification plays a very important role in driving economic system, and its access to reliable and accessible to reliable and accessibility to electrifying India. As the world progresses towards more sustainable and clean energy future, the energy it is an important thing. It is an important to the energy, and as one of the fastest growing economics, and as one of the fastest growing economics and the second most populous country to embrace the electrification revolution. And the transition of electrification is environmental sustainability. Environmental society uses the electrification. All the one uses the electrification. Scaling up the electrification. Scaling up the electrification. Scaling up the electrification that are access to reliable and affordable to the electrification in India, that are affordable affordability that are accessibility affordability. And I can let us embrace the vision of an electrified India. Thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Okay, parents and students and fellow members of Frontline Schools, good morning, everybody. On behalf of Frontline Schools, I request our inspection officer, Mr. K.N. Saktivel, Records Management Team of Tamil Book of Records, to give his observations and notes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good night ஆரம்பிச்சு குட் மார்னிங் வந்துருச்சு. எல்லோரும் பொறுமையாக நின்றுருக்கீங்க. தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். எக்ஸலண்ட் அட்டெம்ப்ட் இது. ஆல்மோஸ்ட் 171 பார்ட்டிசிபெண்ட்ஸ். ஒரு செம்ம ரெக்கார்டு இது. ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. எல்லாமே ஒரு டிஃப்ரெண்ட் யூனிக் டாப்பிக்காக இருந்துச்சு. இந்த டைட்டில் எல்லாமே பார்த்தேன், ரொம்ப யூனிக்கான டைட்டில்ஸ். செகண்ட் சான்ஸ் வாங்கிட்டோம்னு சொல்லி யாரும் ஃபீல் பண்ண வேணாம். ஏன்னா வந்து இது செகண்ட் சான்ஸ் வாங்கினாலுமே நல்லா இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகிருக்கீங்க. இது ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி உங்கள் எல்லாருக்கும். என்ன அப்படின்னா, இந்த டைட்டில் வந்து இந்த லாங்கஸ்ட் மாரத்தான் நீங்கள் பேசுகிறீங்க இல்லையா, இது உங்களுக்கு என்ன ஆகுனா உங்களோட லைஃப்பில் ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு அச்சீவ்மெண்ட்டாக இருக்கும். எப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, நீங்கள் உங்களோட பேஷனாக நீங்கள் வச்சுக்கலாம். ஏன்னா இன்றைக்கி வந்து இருக்க ஒரு ஃபாஸ்ட் க்ரோயிங் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா, இந்த வெல்னஸ் கோச், இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய கோச்செலாம் வந்து இதெல்லாம் நல்லா நிறைய பேச தெரிஞ்சால் மட்டும்தான் உங்களால் அந்த கோச் ஆக முடியும். ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் ஸ்கில்ஸ்லாம் நீங்கள் வளர்த்துக்க முடியும். நீங்கள் என்ன பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணுறதா இருந்தாலும் சரி, நீங்கள் எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் உங்களுக்கு இது ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்ட். ஸோ அதை ரொம்ப பர்ஃபெக்டாக பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். எல்லாருமே ரொம்ப என்ன சொல்கிறது, பாராட்டுறதுக்கு தமிழில் வார்த்தைகள் இல்லை அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி ரொம்ப அழகாக பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. ஓகே, தூக்கத்துக்கான சரியாக கேத்துட முடியலன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இல்லை, நல்லாவே கை தட்டலாம். உங்களுக்கு தான் நீங்கள் கை தட்டுறீங்க, எனக்கு இல்லை. தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். I, K.N. Saktivel, as the trainee, Records Management Team of Tamil Book of Records, related to acknowledge the exceptional achievement of the students from Frontline Schools. You have successfully accomplished the world record attempts, adhering the rules and regulations set by the Tamil Book of Records. I am pleased to provisionally declare the following world record: largest lecture marathon by a team. I congratulations to all students, teachers, principals, parents, and grandparents, and managements, and other stakeholders. Best wishes to each and every one of you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your provisional declaration. Now I request our director, sir, Saktinandan, sir, to give few words, speak few words about this event. Thank you.
So, good morning, good night, whatever it is. So, we started this on the first day of our Records Festival. Now we are on to the third day or fourth day. I'm literally not sure, because day and night we are staying awake and each day is blending into the other. This was the first event that we started, and only now it's ending. இது ஆரம்பிச்சு முடிக்கிறக்குள்ளேயே வந்து பார்த்தா நிறைய 20 ஈவெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு மேலே முடிஞ்சிருச்சு, சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல்லாக முடிஞ்சிருச்சு. பட் this seems like the longest event, as it's appropriately titled longest lecture marathon. So 171 students participated. They all prepared for more than 2 months. They worked on their content, they worked on their presentation, they worked on their delivery, and all of them presented very well. Like எல்லாருமே சூப்பர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லனாலும், like from where they started and where they ended up, it is really super now. They have improved a lot and we are very happy for that. And since it is like 2 a.m. in the morning, we don't have much of an audience here. But if anyone is watching this right now or watching it later, I just want to congratulate all my students, teachers, parents for this incredible achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our principal of Frontline Academy to give few words about the event.
So greetings to all. Longest lecture marathon, as our director has been addressing, that this is the first event that I hope all the 3 schools have started to work initially. இதில் வந்து லெக்சர் மட்டும்தான் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, டேரெக்டாக பார்க்கக்கூடிய பேரண்ட்ஸோ ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸோ அல்லது இனிமேல் லைவில் பார்க்க போகிறவங்க வாட் எவர். பட் இதில் லெக்சர் அப்படிங்கிறத தாண்டி our students and teachers have developed lot of skills, right from technical aspects, or content எப்படி ப்ரிசைஸ் பண்ணி பாயிண்ட்ஸாக கொண்டு வந்து அதை எப்படி ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறது, ரைட் ஃப்ரம் பவர் பாயிண்ட்ஸ் டு the மேக்ஸிமம் ரீடிங்கில் ஆரம்பித்து புக்ஸில் இருந்து எப்படி அதை எக்ஸ்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணணும், how to develop ப்ரிசைஸ் ஸ்கிம்மிங் ஸ்கேமிங் எல்லாத்தையுமே 100% they have like learned. இந்த லெக்சரை தாண்டி all the life skills have been developed both for children as well as for the mentors. That is what I understood personally from this event. And second thing, இதில் வந்து ரொம்ப ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸோட கேலிபர், நான் லைக் ஆஸ் பர் மை ஸ்கேல் ஒரு 10 வயசு குழந்தை அதுக்கு உண்டானதை ரொம்ப சிறப்பாக பண்ணிட்டு போயிடுச்சு. 17 வயசு குழந்தை அவங்களுக்கு உண்டான வயசுக்கானது சிறப்பாக பண்ணிட்டு போயிட்டாங்க. ஐம் நோவேர் ஐம் லைக் ஹியர் டு கம்பேர் அ 10-year-old child performance with 18-year or 20 years kid. அந்தந்த கிட்ஸு கொடுத்த ரோலை all the kids of all the 3 schools, all the participants of this longest lecture marathon have done so beautifully right from the lecture 1, and all these credits goes to the technical team and particularly the mentors and the students for the so on the hardened journey seriously for the past 40 to 60 days of time, almost like 2 months. Really the teachers and the students have worked so long to achieve this world record. So my heartiest congratulations to all of you, and keep working on the next records. Thank you.
So Principal sir, as per your speech, we do have 2 more marathon events. So we hope for the best. Thank you. Now I request our Principal Madam of Frontline Millennium School to give few words about it.
Greetings to one and all. Let me extend my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to the teachers as well as the children. This is not an easy task. Even the first attempt successfully we have completed today. So anything is possible if frontliners, if they put their hard work and perseverance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Sir.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank and congratulate our participants, all our participants. The effort students put in is very clear in their presentation, in their lecture. So for sure, they have gained in-depth knowledge in the topic they took and they presented. Also, I would like to thank our parents. Without their support, it would not be possible. So I thank our school management also for arranging this to help the students to gain a lot of very good experience, stage experience. I thank everyone.
On behalf of Frontline Schools, I also thank the witnesses and the timekeepers who are in all the days, and also the team members who are making the live in social medias and all the technical aspects. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Really, we have to thank the people, those who are supporting us in sounds as well as live stream, everywhere, all the videographers, photographers. We thank everyone. See, continuously, even sometimes we sleep for few hours, but you people continuously working. Without your support, our children will not achieve this success, because live streaming and continuously showing the presentation, it's a very difficult task. You people did it. Thank you so much.